Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Message of the Covenant, Breaker 7 Seals. $5,000 cash, brothers and sisters, but no one stepped up in years. Been out there. Not even asked about anything. $5,000. They didn't take a shot at it. Nothing. Crickets. Quiet. If anybody can, what it says there, cash payment, anyone, cash, who can prove, it's a win-win situation. Because if you step forward, you can prove you $5,000. Right? Okay? You ain't losing anything. And on top of that, you get a chance to shut me down. Right? Because I'm the one that's calling on Farrakhan effectively, but they don't step up to do it. They don't step up to do it. They're on the defensive right now. I already told them Farrakhan had only a few more days left. And they run around in circles trying to figure out what they're going to do if Farrakhan dies. We keep that money coming in. You know, what lies can they tell? Right? Oh, he's on he's up there with Elijah. And he's got a cell phone. And we got his number. He just talks to Ishmael. So he calls me every now and then, tell me exactly what I need to send to do. So he's still around. But like now they kind of get kind of used to it because you haven't heard from him about a year, right? But they're telling you he's still in charge. So he getting kind of used to it, right? So everything you're getting right now, getting from Ishmael. So maybe we're kind of setting you up. Well, he's still alive. No, he still is, brothers and sisters. But he's communicating me through the cell phone. Anyway, brothers and sisters, all you got to do is step forward, shut me down. Right? Cash payment anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, Master Muhammad and Elijah Muhammad's presentation of his teacher, Master Farrakhan's teachings. Can't, because he don't. We can prove it over and over again, every day, 24 times a day, 48 times on Sunday. We got all kinds of information show that he's totally against Elijah Muhammad's message. His fundamental message, what enemy is, and what our reward is. That's his fundamental message. There was an enemy, and we leaving here and go home, right? The promised land. That's the fundamental, Elijah Muhammad's fundamental, and that God is a man. That's like the three pillars that Elijah Muhammad's whole message set on. God's a man. But Farrakhan said, no, you can't pray to Master Muhammad because he's flesh. You got to pray to this originator who was not flesh. It's a mystery. One, right? We got more tape saying it. Now he'll say. Two, no reward. We ain't going nowhere. We stand right here, like Muhammad said. We just have a picture in the NFY meeting showing we leave here. Elijah Muhammad, the captain of the boat. That's two right there. Two. God's a man. We leaving here. The devils are devils. Oh, they ain't devils anymore. Those three fundamental. Fundamental. And after Farrakhan knocks them all down, yet he claims he's representing Elijah Muhammad. How can he get away with that? Because he surrounds us with demons. We have no choice but to accept that. Right? Agents. Or people that just don't give a damn about the truth. They're not there for truth, we can prove it. They're not there for truth. They were truth, they wouldn't be with Farrakhan 5 minutes. Because they can't find any truth that supports him. If you're going to say the Bible and the Quran is the truth, otherwise you got some special truth beyond that. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Now let's make sure we understand this. See, because They claim that the Quran is impeccable, right? Perfect, without flaw or blemish, right? Perfect guidance. Okay, then how can they have a problem with this? Because it says, I allow the best knower. Remember, this is Allah's talking. This book, Quran, that's the book. That's the Quranic verse. There's no doubt in it. I mean, there's no question. See? So they're going to raise a question, but this says there's no question here. There's a guy who's keep that dude who believe not seen, keep a prayer, spell what we've given him. Right? But this is the crux of the matter. When believe in that which is revealed to thee, the Quran, and that is revealed before thee. Well, it says no question in it. There's no doubt. But they tell you, oh, the Bible is corrupt and they gonna misinterpret it. Well, no, you gotta believe in it. There's no doubt in it. Right? Take for instance the thing that says, well, Prophet Muhammad, he the last messenger. Right? Well, the Quran doesn't say that. It says he's a seal of the prophets. What does that mean? Right? You're going to tell me it means if it's the last, why just say he's the last? It's seal. It could mean a lot of things. But then the Bible, in Malachi, remember you got to believe in that too. It says Elijah is a prophet. Well, that must mean he came, no, just before the dreadful day of the Lord. That means he's coming after the Quran. He's a prophet. It's called him a prophet. Elijah, the prophet. So that means the still the prophets can't be right. Can't mean the last one. Because it tells you right there, so you got to believe that. It says there's no doubt in it. So my problem, Muhammad could not be the last one. But you have Farrakhan, they tell you that stuff. They was telling me, they try to switch back out now. The Sunnis tell you the same thing. And they don't want to have anything to do with the Bible. But that tells you right there, Allah says you got to believe in the Bible too. No doubt. There's no doubt in it. Now we know we got bad translations. Right? But that's not dependent upon, it's dependent on the manuscripts. The manuscripts exist that they translated from. And those tell you, right, same thing. Bad translations. But still, no, all of them say Elijah the prophet. But we're going to talk those things, brothers and sisters. Deception. The people are deceived because they want to be deceived. So they're going to pay the consequence bond, boy. Let's see what we got here.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Well, that's like touchdown, right? First verse, you receive the ball. It's touchdown, because it says you got to believe in both of them. It says if you believe in part and disbelieve in the other, which you go against Allah's will that you claim you told submission to Allah's will. That's the most. He say reserves the most grievous chastisement for you. Two works together. It says you had to believe in both. And this was said being part of the book and disbelieving the other. Can't do that. And it says it's such a heavy flaw, a sin, or transgression, that you don't just get chastised. The most grievous, that means the most worst chastisement that Allah can deliver is reserved for you. Whoa. The most. I need to play it again. And they do it all the time. See? They do it all the time. It's obvious. Just go there and listen to what they say. Compare what they say in the scripture. And they bob and weave on out the scripture like that clown on top right there. See how I weave in out the scripture? They do it all the time, every Sunday. So you calling God a liar? They do it all the time. So why are you there? Because you're not there for truth. Because if you're the truth, you'd be gone already. Because there's nothing there to support the stuff they say. Nothing. And even distorting the scripture, they still can't find proof. That's how pathetic it is. See, Farrakhan, of all the hypocrites ever in history, the resistors, the enemies of God, of all, he was the easiest one to call out. He was the easiest one to call out. So how you see by him? He was the easiest one to call out. His father was the devil. The lessons tell you exactly what you should look for, but you disregard the lessons. I'm telling you, if you disregard that, because right there, just in there, then you disregard Exodus, which tells you get out our timeline, because it says Aaron came after Elijah, and he was. So how are you going to account for Aaron? He said, well, he's Aaron. Well, do you read what Aaron said did? You listen to these people. He says you know why he can say stuff like this? Because he know he's dealing with stupid, dumbass people. He knows he can say anything. He would be more careful what he says. Because he says, I'm Aaron. And then all you got to do is look at what Aaron did. Why would you want to be Aaron? But he's saying, I'm Aaron. But Aaron was a hypocrite, a liar, a thief. That was killed in the wilderness. He didn't make it out of the wilderness. That's what it says right in Exodus very clearly. And he said, so he can see, that's why it says Satan says, hey man, don't blame me. I just called when they came. That's on them. Because he know you're stupid. He take for being stupid because he can say stuff like that. See, truth adds up. Lies don't add up. Falsehood doesn't add up either. Right? It doesn't make it look like approximation. Right? Since it was almost right. It's just totally wrong. You're almost in it. And so truth adds up. And nothing adds up by what they say, what they do over there. And you can show you proof after proof after proof. That's why I'm not here to save you. I'm here to get information. And if you caught up in that, let me say it another way, brothers and sisters. You test something like metal. Okay, you want to have a certain amount of strength. Because you say, okay, I need to use to build this here. It's got to support this much weight. So you got to test it to see if it can handle that kind of, because you can just put it there. You can't want to find out after the fact. And that's what it is with trials. And so the thing is, do you have a mental power? Okay, if you was back 100, even 100 years ago, the people that didn't have the mental power there to deal with the kind of life we have right now. I mean, their life is very simple. They didn't have cell phones. They didn't have all that electricity, all that kind of stuff, man. It was very simple, man. Build a fire, cut some wood, right? Go out and cut a chicken head off, or get a bow and arrow and shoot a deer or something. That's very simple. And they look here, man, they go crazy. Man, damn, I gotta do all this. I gotta pay bills, man. I gotta use my cell phone and figure out all this. I mean, to think how much you got thinking you gotta do compared to now. Then you had too much thinking. You had to think it all. That's just 100 years ago. Take 1,000 years ago. Cars had a horse. A horse did think it for you. You had to put some on and say, I want to go this way. Right? So the point is that if you was trying to say, we're going to bring people from a time machine, say, you would test people, say, right. First of all, can they understand, can they rise above? If they can't handle the level they're on, they still can handle a more complex level. If you can't handle this subtraction, there's no way in the world you're going to do it algebra. So it's give you a whole lot of add and subtract. But if you lost in there, then in a sense, you waste time giving you any algebra. What's happening right here? That's why it says, I tell you, it's mathematics. It says, those who love this world's life, that means you're caught in this world's life. The gravitational force, there's no point here because you can't make it there. You can't get to the second floor because you stuck on the first floor. You cannot get to the second floor. You don't have the mental ability to get to the second floor. So therefore, nobody's going to pull you up there. They say, okay, here it is. Here's a ladder. They see who climbs up it. If you don't climb up it, you don't get on the ark, then you lost. You didn't see Noah forcing anybody to get on the ark. He built it. You either got on it or you lost. And that's the angel, is the mental ladder that you have to climb. It said they washed their robe in the blood of the Lamb. You have to understand the middle, understand angel key to understand that, what you call revelation. And none of these clowns know. That's why I got to stay on there. You don't know shit. All the stuff on there, I know all that stuff that's on there. And they don't know any of it. They're out here talking. Most of them don't know any mathematics. Most of them know any history. They definitely don't know any physics. They don't know how the universe works. They don't really know where they came from. They got some idea what Elijah Muhammad told them. They don't know any details. They don't know anything. So you first of all, before you can move to the next reality, you got to be able to master this reality. You have to understand this reality. Because if you don't understand this reality, how you know you've moved out of it? Because you still could be in it, don't know it. You have to understand exactly where you are, right? So you can move out of it. So you're in the forest, right? Okay, you have to understand, because you want to move to out of the forest, but you have to understand what the forest is, because you move out. You think you move out, you're still in the forest. You understand what the forest is. And that's why I get information. I just provide the ladder. Angel key explains, So you get it all wrong. I'm saying here, no, I ask for any money. I'm not asking for anything. Just give me information. Because it says, many shall be called, only few shall be chosen. If those that make it, says some everlasting life, some everlasting shame and torment, because otherwise you end up in a zoo. Because you'll be like a mentally challenged person. You won't be able to, nobody's going to do stuff for you. Nobody's going to cook for you. Nobody's going to wipe your behind, all this stuff for you. Nobody push you around in a wheelchair. You can't handle it. Well, then you're going to end up in a zoo someplace. You're like gorillas. Because basically that's what you're going to be. That's your call. Let me play a couple things, brothers and sisters, then see, it says total darkness. You understand what that is? Because a lot of you think you don't see this as darkness, but you just light. Democracy, capitalism, American dream, that's light to you. And those who want out of here know it's darkness. Total darkness. It's light to you. And you're here and you're doing your thing, so fine. We're not trying to disturb you. We're not trying to change you. We just want to get away from you and make sure you get away from us. We don't be bothered with you. Because you're stuck here, that's what you want. Because what it says, those lust was like Allah hates it to them. Yeah, if you love, give it to them, give them all they want. But they don't get the hereafter. That you wouldn't give it to you. But it's new point in hereafter. You see, Adam, look, he got everything. But Adam's not going hereafter. Hereafter what? Hereafter this world. That's the next level. And this level is so complex. Remember, we built all of this. We built the stars and the planets and the constellation, all that kind of stuff. Make our own, create a planet Earth, God, universe. Most people don't even believe that. They think Mr. God did it. And so you think you can move that on the level of knowledge you have right now? NBA scores, NFL, right? Schedules, LeBron. You think that level of knowledge will get you up out of here? Because the fact that you watching that stuff shows you already lost. And they talk about, oh, come out of her. They watch that stuff. That shows you, because you should be climbing the ladder. That's the stuff that you clinging to down here. Why are you interested in that stuff? You should be interested in moving to the next level. Climb that ladder. When the flood comes, you put all your energy in that. They said those going here, they put 100%. So you got distractions. That means you can't rise above this. Because those things, remember, if you're in that, it means that's aspects of this world of life, isn't it? So if you love this world of life, you will not make it hereafter. There's no portion for you in hereafter. Those aspects, so you distract by those things have a magnetic attraction on you. They have a so therefore you can't overcome them. I don't I don't pay I'm not into any of that stuff. Well, only thing I do, we're going to tell you because you're going to knock it anyway, right? I don't watch any of that stuff, but I'm not gonna blame my wife either. She like when she in the evenings she liked to watch a couple of shows of Family Feud, Steve Harvey, that clown. Okay, she's my wife. I said, right? She with me 100%. So I spend time with her. I watch 2 hours of that stuff. Too. I told her it's brain cancer. On the weekends we watch a movie or two. Right? That's what you will. Beyond that, I do have a wife. I want to keep her. Right? That's where it is. Did have a wife before, a demon wife, and she wasn't down with this, so she's gone. This is first, primary. And it's not for my sake, it's for your sake. I benefit from it, but it's not for my sake, it's your sake. Remember Jonah, he was commanded to come to you and teach and gives information to you. That's no story. Move on, brothers and sisters. Yeah. There's a connection between male and female, and we're gonna maintain that connection. Elijah Muhammad he's in his way. He says we cannot rise any higher above. We cannot hire. Well, he says nature can hire no higher, rise no higher than the women. And so in other words, he said we're not leaving out here without them, and he got that right. We're not leaving out here without their sisters. From my point of view, right? They leave out here first. They deserve it. But that's no story together. Anyway, let's get to the main point here, brothers and sisters. I'm going to play a couple of things because the whole subject is about deception. And dark, and first you got to recognize the darkness. And this is for people who have eyes. And for you out here, right, that you think this is light, like those clowns right there. They say stupid stuff. Like Wesley supposed to be a doctor, right? I mean, he's supposed to be a PhD. He gets up one time here, a whole thing on Sunday about we got energy from the sun, which is bullshit. Scripture says we don't live by bread alone, by every word that comes out of the mouth of God. But you don't understand what that means. That's not the sun. It's not those spook. It's a mathematical thing they're trying to tell you, but I'm not getting to right now. Well, we do get energy from the sun, but that's not the energy that maintains. Because if that's the case, see, you never heard of energy deprivation before. I told you about it. And if you understand how the universe works, see, when you understand the basic things, all the stuff that's what we're gonna get into today, show you some basic things, and once you put that into perspective, everything else falls into place. Because if you understand the universe opens and closes, like the Quran says, right? And the earth and heavens were one, that means the earth was the center, then the universe expands like the Quran says. That means what's expanding energy? That means less energy here now than there used to be. So if you follow that process, that basic logic behind that, and the universe expands less energy here. That means less energy for us. We need energy, you need energy for everything you do. Go to the bathroom, blink your eyes, eat, think, and everything. Energy to maintain a relationship. Need energy for everything. Without energy, is nothing. So that means we have less energy. So if you follow that process, you say come a point where, but it says universe open and close, it means the energy is going to come back. That means we're going to get to a point where energy is the lowest possible, and then the energy starts being reinvigorated. If you just follow that basic logic there, and that's what the Quran says. Even the devils, they got the part about the Big Bang says all the energy was the size of an atom. Well, if you can believe the size of an atom, you can believe the size of the Earth. But not sure about it contracting again. The point is, the universe opens and closes, open, close forever. It never started, never stopped. So all the energy that used to be here is out this means we got to the point where we got low energy. So how low would the energy get? That's the question you need to ask. How low would the energy get? Would it get to the point where we have no energy at all? We just die? How low would the energy get? Well, we can look at that situation and say, how low it got? We're at the point we had no control of anything. We lost control of ourselves and everything else. And by the 1860s, we was at the lowest energy level, or we had no control of anything, not even control of ourselves. If you follow that logic. But so if you knew this was coming, you was able to prepare a being that required less energy, right? Just the basic logic. I said universe and close, that's energy here to the point where you get the lowest energy level. And we saw what that was. We was the lowest. We had absolutely nothing. Could control ourselves or anything. To our families, control nothing. We had no land, everything was taken from us. All gone. But we saw it's coming, and so as a lot of my toys, we made if we Lamborghinis, we said, let's make us a Volkswagen Beetle. And they wouldn't need much energy. So we got to the point we got the lowest energy level we possibly, they would still have enough energy for a certain purpose. Right? So they didn't have enough energy, right? Maybe to maintain a relationship might be a bad one, but still enough energy to maintain a civilization. He may shed blood means he's weak, but he has enough, he don't need as much energy as we do, so he has enough energy. See, that's very simple right there. So they would rule during that time of energy deprivation when we had low energy. But they rule in a cruel way because they're wicked people, because they're weak. They're not Lamborghinis, they're Volkswagen Beetles. And that would happen, right? They rule until we got to the lowest level, and then energy starts. That's why the Quran says momentous in the heavens and the earth, but it comes all of a sudden. So now the energy is returning. Earth's universe is contracting now. It means energy come back in waves, about every 50 years, which I intend to talk about today. I get to it. So now you start being energized. So in the 1860s, we was totally out, was gone. And when another 20 years like that, we would have been eradicated. It was totally, I mean, it was at lowest state. And the 1860s, go look at it. Lowest state possible. And then we start being energized. Things start happening for us in a positive way. So we broke our chains in 1860. We start being energized. That became a threat to the Lamborghini people, to the Volkswagen people, because remember they had control of us, and now they lose control because we have more energy. They're going to try to do something. They want to maintain control because that's the end of their kingdom. We started being energized into their kingdom because they was made, right, in a low energy state, and so they couldn't handle much pressure. They want to keep, they want to maintain themselves. They want to continue, but they can't because now we're being energized. We start rising. Then 50 years later, now we're going to track it in a few minutes. Then 50 years later, now we're at the 200 mark, which is something dramatic about to happen. It's very simple. You look at it like that. But some of us not going to be energized, but some of us not going to be. It's too weak to move. They're going to be stuck on that level. Yes. So just look at this in the simplest way possible. That makes sense what Elijah Hunt said. Explain what's going on now. Okay. Let me play a couple of things here, brothers and sisters. And then
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flager as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. and Mustafa maybe 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
It's sick. It has nothing to do with Elijah Muhammad. Absolutely nothing. I was with Elijah Muhammad from 70 to 75 in Chicago. Just there. I was a foreman at Muhammad Speak newspaper, midnight foreman. I was in my 20s at the time. So I was saying, if you understand the nature of the universe, then you understand. Right? So when the universe was totally contracted, there was extreme pressure. I mean, because all that energy, what we lack at that time. And then we look at knowledge we have, because everything you see, we put together. 72 trillion years of work. Sun, the moon, and stars, and everything's in place. And the universe started contracting, and remember, because all that work, that was work. So now we exhaust ourselves. We took the energy we had, and we put it out there. So we exhausted ourselves. We totally exhausted after 72 years, 73 years. So put Adam in charge until we can start recuperating. So now we're in the process of recuperating. But we have to get back to the level of knowledge we were. Because now it's time, we built the universe, now we're going to develop it. Now it's time to enjoy it. Next 72 trillion years, to enjoying it. Because now we keep getting energized, get better and better and better at the process. Okay. That's just the basic, if you understand that basic idea. But most of you don't know about that. Muhammad didn't teach you that. I know the Master Muhammad had to know that, because look at what he's built. But Muhammad never taught it, and whether he knew it or not, I can't say what was in his mind. He never taught that. He taught about Dr. Shabazz, Dr. Yahoo, Dr. Shabazz, right, but the math behind it, he never taught the math behind it. I'm getting the math behind it. If you look at it, that explains everything, doesn't it? It also explains that when we was at the lowest, everybody was against us. Everybody. Because all other nations, right, They found other ways to deal with it. We deal with it head on. So now they don't want us to rise up because then we overpower them. And I'm going to get into that in a little more detail in a minute. But see here? Now, dealing with Farrakhan, we're going to explain all this in a minute. I just want to point this out to you. You see, this is darkness. So we look for the people that have eyes that want to open their eyes. The eyes, if you've been in the darkness long enough, after a while, you just open up my eyes. I can't see anything, so you just keep them closed. If you're in total darkness all your life, what's the point of opening your eyes? You ain't see anything. You might as well just keep them closed. What you open them for? So we've been in darkness for 40 years. So the devil's doing a lot of thinking for us and everything else. And that's one of the problems. And that's just a challenge to you. And you have to overcome that. See, in other words, right now, what's this testing? Not testing your mind, because your mind's been given someone else. It's not testing your mind. It's testing your nature. It's testing your nature. Your DNA. Your brain function. That's what's testing. Whether this gets you on whether this world gets you on an emotional level. They already got you on intellectual, they already got your mind. I'm saying it's your nature. Because that's what it comes down to in the end, right? You want to make sure your nature can overcome this. So what's driving your nature, it tells you right in Mark, the man recognized Jesus, what you call Jesus, right? Joshua, from a distance. He didn't recognize, because he didn't have his mind. He recognized based on his nature. You want to see if you got the right nature, the original nature, to qualify the next reality. Because it was nature that drove him. And then he got his mind back. See? And so, you can't fool us. See? Because your nature is what's going to drive you to this mess or not. We don't want this, because if it was this, the devil could sneak in. Pretend I know and everything else. See? Hide his nature. We want your nature. Once your nature qualifies you, because nature will make you recognize this message. Once you recognize it, then you get the mind back. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. Same thing with Elijah. That's one of the problems here right there, because they went with Elijah here. Here's with Elijah, the nature. See? And that's why Farrakhan does this. See? Because he's giving you shit. That Scientology and shit. He's putting Elijah's name on it. Elijah's fragrance of Elijah. That's why he's doing it. See? Because he's trying to appeal to your nature. He's not trying to appeal to your intellect, because you know your intellect is gone. Because he can't appeal to your intellect, because if you go intellectually, he's dead. He's trying to appeal to your nature. Because that's why he keeps saying Elijah. Because anybody that takes a look at it knows he's not representing Elijah in any way, shape, form, or fashion. It's totally no. He's got to put a fragrance of Elijah, the texture of Elijah, like rose of Elijah. Protect your nature. He's not trying to take you on intellectual grounds. He's trying to keep you stupid on intellectual grounds. He's trying to keep your mind dumbed down. See? And so he's after your nature, like putting a worm on a hook. That's Elijah. And then he gets you in and turn you into shit if he can. Understand that. He's not appealing to your intellect. If you listen to stuff he says, he's not doing that. That's why I keep saying, anybody look, pay attention. That says no way in the world. He's not representing Elijah in any form. I mean, we got him saying it. You can't worship Master Muhammad because it's flesh. We ain't going nowhere. Stuff like that. Totally against Elijah Muhammad's message. Just call me a liar. That's what they're doing, spraying. Right? Essence of Elijah on this bullshit. I'm Elijah, Elijah's my teacher. And then he goes against everything Elijah Muhammad taught. Devils ain't devils anymore. We ain't going nowhere. God's the originator. He's not even man anymore. They're trying to back off from that a little bit. But ain't everybody's womb making babies. That's Master Muhammad. Anyway, like I said, I'm not trying to peel the. I'm giving information out there. I'm providing the ladder. I'm just seeing who's gonna climb up on it. Those that climb up on it, okay, that's what you want. You don't climb up on it, I don't care who you are. You be sister, brother, uncle, friend, whatever. That ain't about that. You got to climb that ladder, I can't pull you up. I mean, I would pull up the sisters if I thought it would be if it works, you know, because the sisters, you know, they went through it. But I do what I can for them. But they still have to step up. I just want to give them a little boost. When time comes, right, it won't be one of those things where, you know, hey man, they was just a yard away. If they're a yard away, they home. That's a yard away, they home. I don't give what everybody say. If they're a yard away, they're going home. That means if they're a yard away, that means they travel 1 billion miles to get that yard away. They travel 1 billion miles and miss 1 yard. I'm gonna let that happen. I ain't gonna let that happen. This is going home. They want to go home. Period. Or they can just throw my ass away. This is. Let me move on about it. I get emotional about that because these sisters went through all this, and we couldn't do any damn thing. In fact, we had to help master rape them, and all that kind of stuff. And these sisters were looking at us, tears in their eyes, and everything else. And we couldn't do anything. Right? Okay. And then, what really bugs me is that I understand what kind of shape we're in, but we let these clowns like this here have us abuse our women. Because he's abusing the sisters over there. He got him on the street doing fundraisers for him so he can run around in a stretch mobile and $1,000 rings and stuff on his fingers. Don't tell me it's not true, because I see him. We went over there to try to get my wife to go. I mean, you ain't going out doing that crap. I sit out doing fundraisers, and a lot of them never did anything like that. To support him. Because the so-called brothers over there, they ain't doing a goddamn thing. So we couldn't protect the sisters when they needed protecting. Right? So if they running towards the ark, that's good enough for me. They running towards it, right? Leave that door open. We're going to leave fucking door open. They running towards the ark, leave the door open. Period. That's my stance. Now, brothers, that's their problem. They better make it on time. This is running towards the ark. Yeah, goddamn door open. I mean, leave it open. And it's unique, right? Because most sisters on this planet hate me. I love them all. I love every one of them. These sisters, boy, oof. Nothing like a original woman, boy. Ooh. What are we going to do with that? I mean, you know, everything we did is we all put all this together for them. What motivates you? When you think about what motivates you, if you're a brother out there, you ain't confused. These sisters, the other half, equal half. You know, you just think about the mathematics of it. If you say, well, they're inferior somehow, then you say that, then were you saying you're inferior? Because your other half is less than half. I mean, don't just think mathematically about it. If they're the other half, they're the other side of us. So if they're inferior to us, that means we're inferior because here it is, you're 10 on this side, now on this side, so you're at a slant. You ain't stand. Move on, brothers and sisters. Different but equal. 5 plus 3 is equal to 6 plus 2. Different but equal. We don't want to accept their difference because the gorillas out there want to not hit. Our first response is knock everything down. See? And their response is to sit down and just let you build that little bomb that's going to blow your ass away. I want to talk about that more. Because see, the most powerful bomb in the universe is consequence. That's the most powerful bomb in the universe. Consequence. And people understand that. The most powerful bomb in the universe is consequence. Because whatever you do, going to come back to you. So the more you do it, right? And so how can you take and make that go super nuclear? See, that's the wisdom we have. So you say, okay, you punch me in the face, I punch you back. Okay, boom. You punch me in the face, I don't punch you back. You punch me in the face tomorrow, I don't punch you back. You have for 365 days, hit me in the face 10 pounds of force, bam. But consequence says you got to get back what you did. That's the law of the universe. Every action is an opposite reaction. Only thing I did, I just didn't respond. I held it up. I held it as long as I could take it. I could take it for a whole year. And then I explode on your ass, a bomb. 360 times 10 is 3,600 pounds of pressure at one time. That's a bomb, and you're not going to withstand that. That's your ass. It's going to destroy you. That's consequence. That's how you make a real bomb. That's more powerful than any atomic bomb, any atom bomb, anything else. Consequence. It obliterates the force that caused it. So you did that. I said, I don't see nothing. So you stronger than me. You're a Hulk. I'm just 100-pound weakling. So I tell you, oh man, that hurt, man. Give me a pinch every day. And you thought you're 100 times stronger than me, right? 100 times stronger than me. I can take your 10-pound punch, right? Okay, but you can take a 100-pound punch. Well, that's 100 times stronger, 1,000-pound punch. Do it that way, okay? You can take a 1,000-pound punch. I'm going to take a 10-pound punch, and you hit me, boom, I take it, boom. I hit you back. You can take a 1,000-pound punch, man. It's like hit you back, man. It's like a little pip, right? Because you can take 1,000 pounds, but you hit me with 10 pounds. I said, how can I can't defeat you. I'll let you hit me for. See, as you hit me for 360 days, whole year. Now I got 3,600 pounds force built up. And you can only take 1,000. That's your ass. I got you. That's having these devils here. It told leave us alone. It told let us go, explode. So that's why we told submit. Just take it, take it, take it. So now we got enough power to blow their ass away. The problem is, it's misdirected, and we're gonna solve that problem. Understand? Hold on, just 1 second here. Thanks by my door. So we got people that's the truth and deception. Deception are people. We got who's deception? People that's against this. Right? Now you got the demons that's against it. You got the devils that's against it. You got the jinn that's against it. Right? You got death and hate, you don't know where they are. the dragon, they're against it, right? And then you got some of our own people that's against it. Okay? And they're the traitors. Their own people that's against it. Because remember, think about it. Remember I said, if you love this world's life, they don't want this because this will just, they know this is going to destroy this world. In other words, they can't, remember, if you can't rise above this, some other people can rise above it. Well, they don't want you to rise because if you rise, you're going to destroy this. So they're traitors. They're going to try to keep this. They're going to try to keep the spring from coming in. They learn to love the winter. They spring people, right? Like us, we want to get to spring, we're in the winter. But now oh man, my wife, she's a winter person, I love her, or whatever. They love this world's life. So if you want this world's life, you don't want to destroy it. So you're going to try to destroy anybody who's trying to destroy this world's life. So they're the traitors. And that's what they're doing. Just listen to what they do every Sunday. They twist the scriptures. They never talk about, it says right there, read about mess of the covenant, and they don't read the part about, right, the next verse that we're leaving. They said, oh, we ain't going nowhere. What they call God a liar. And why didn't want to go? Why? Other words, people on the first floor, you talking about, we ain't going on the second floor. That'd be the next level, right? We ain't going nowhere. We're going to stay here. Why do you want to stay with the devils? They love this world's life. So, fine, that's fine. But you better get out of the way, because if you're in an ark, you're going to be drowned, period. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Truth deception. Okay, let me understand this. See, I was talking about the energy deprivation. Now, we're talking about this 6,000 years Elijah Muhammad talked about, which is correct, and the Bible talks about it. But where are we at after 6,000 years? 1860, we was at the worst state, worst possible state. That means that 6,000 years took us at the worst state. That means you got 6,000 years to come back up, to be back where you was before. Otherwise, after 6,000 years, we'd be back where we was before. You understand? So we was at the worst state, means that 6,000 years more to get out of this. So the devils actually had 6,000 years. We can't let them run those 6,000 years because they said, man, see what they've done. Right? So that's why angels told us submit. With angels, we're going to explain that in a minute. Take all that pain, humility. Dr. Boss said, no. That's what puts right here in the middle of them. Take it. And they're beating us. Said, submit. Don't retaliate, submit. So he took all that pain, suffering. Look what condition we're in. Look how much they beat us up. Took our name, our religion, everything. We really beat up people. Because we didn't do it to ourselves, they did it to us. But all that's stored in. And we holding it in. And said at the time of the end, let it go. Doing them double that response. Now doing them double is done to you. See? Now we're going to explode and all that. They can't handle it. Because all they've done has exploded back on them. That's how we get rid of them. But we still don't have 6,000 years of rule yet. We still got 6,000 years to go. That's why Elijah Muhammad said we had to have a made God to rule, and then the kingdom actually be given back to the tribe of Shabazz again. It's like you're going from the winter to the spring. There's a transition period. Transition period means if you're a winter person and you're a spring person, right? Well, if you're going to the transition period would be somebody that's half winter, half spring, right? The mathematics is beautiful. Mathematics for Muhammad is halves, but the good half would be the spring side because that's what that's the area moving in. But the one that prevents you would also be half. The one that prevent you from trying to move into the spring, because he want to hold on to the winter, he'd be half too. He'd be half winter, half spring. But his good half, his strong half, would be winter. That's Farrakhan follows the devil, but he's black, wolf in sheep clothing. I mean, the math is beautiful. He's the one trying to hold us back in the summer. We ain't going nowhere. We love the devils. I love it here. Man, Muhammad said, no, we got to get the hell out of here. He's going to rule for the next 6,000 years. But spring's coming in. That means that The other one, he's gonna be dead because he no winner no more. He's dead. See the basic math right there, brothers and sisters. If you stand basic, you don't got to go no calculus right there. You need a calculator. That's simple right there. That's why heaven made God. So he can rule the next 6,000 years. Transition from we're in the transition period between the spring and the winter. So he takes us right out. Then when he get finished, then the rule get back Travis Shabbos again. Winter's gone. That's where we are right now. So I just want you to understand that. Let's move on. Because we talk mathematics here, bro. Says everything we say we can prove. And see here, that's what it says. It says the children of the kingdom should be cast out of darkness. That's the traitors. See, so the man shall come and east and west shall sit down with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven. But the children of the kingdom shall be cast out. That means they're the traitors. I mean, they us, but they cast out. They're traitors. And they be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Come on, brothers and sisters. But they want to hold on to this world life. And see, like it says, and we see it's hard to move these Levites. It says, who shall lack the generations like unto a child sitting in the market, calling to his fellows, and saying, we have piped unto you, you have not danced, we have mourned you, you have not lamented. Right? And for John came neither eating nor drinking, and they say he has a devil. So the man can't eat and drink, and they say he's a man gluttonous and a wine bibber, right? But it said, wisdom is justified her children. It means he's going to be very wise. Right? But that's the state our people in, right? He said you couldn't move them. He says, are these bones dead? It says preach of the four winds. The four winds, then they came together. But if you understand the angel key, the four winds is fire. They put fire in their ass, then they moved. Anyway, that's no story, brothers and sisters. Let's go on. Okay, what I'm going to do here is first I want to explain something very clearly. Right? Let's start off with Adam. Now see, what I'm going to show you here, brothers and sisters, is the nature of the confusion. Because everything out there has been distorted as a reason, because first of all, they don't want you to know who you are. That's why it says in Mark and in Daniel, you didn't have they took your mind from you. Because if you had your mind back there, you'd be focused. We're coming together. Because since our minds are all over the place, we're all divided. But once you got your mind back, it's all over. So part of it is deception. Is can you don't know what it is, right? It's like, for instance, you have a map, but you don't know which way is north, south, and east and west. So what good's the map to you? You need to be orientated. So the thing is you have no idea what you disorientate this reality. You don't know who they talk all these different things in the scripture. You don't know who they talking about. Who is what? Who is Adam? And they intentionally confuse this stuff because they don't want you to know who they are. Because if you know who they are, then you find out who you are. Because if you know what direction that person is in, then you know what direction you're in. If that person is north, then you must be south. They make sure everything. When you're in the military, one of the things they do is when they be about to invade it, they're going to change all the street signs and everything else. Because the person come in, they're trying to find where to go. They follow the maps. They address it, they ambush and everything else. So the same thing. So what it is, they took and changed signs, changed name, everything else. So you don't know who they are. Because if you knew who the devil was, you know who you are. That's why a lot of them say the devil. Perhaps you ain't the devil no more. That's put you back in a state of confusion. Once you know who, that's how you orientate yourself. You have no, like a landmark. So give me a landmark. So then you know you're right on time, you're in the right place, whatever. But you need something, orientation point, standard. If you don't have that, then you don't know where you are. You got a map, but you don't have any. It says you don't know. You don't have a compass. You don't know east or west. So let's look at this. Look at Adam first. Now, why is Adam? Okay, look at Adam. Okay, I mistitled that, but I'm gonna leave it there. The Lord said, "Angel, I'm gonna place rule on the earth." Now, the Sunnis tell you that Adam is all humanity. Remember, this is the Quran. It says all humanity. Right? Now you try nine Ishmael. He tries to explain it. Well, one week he says we was Adam. Then next week he says all humanity is Adam. Whatever. He's all over the place. Right. But let's go with the Sunnis. They say, remember, Adam was supposed to. I'm going to place a ruler in the earth. I'm going to place a ruler in the earth. And you said, you're going to make something make shed blood? So we praise you. We're going to do as you, we love the way you're doing things now. Okay. Let's follow that. So who's been ruling the earth? Who's been ruling the earth? Is it Chinese ruling the earth? Or Indians ruling the earth? Caucasians ruling the earth. So it ain't all humanity ruling the earth. Because if you accept that anyway, then the angels have to be something, a spirit of spook or something. Because if Adam is all humanity, then angels have to be spirit of spook or something. See, they don't want to analyze this, because if you just analyze it, things will come out, then fall apart. So they would tell you, first of all, they get things all confused, talking about Sunnism, because I'm getting somewhere. Sunnis will tell you, oh, well, the angels are some mystical things, because it's all humanity. And you got to say, why are they saying this? What sense does it make? Okay, if that's the case, then angels are spirit beings. Because they tell you one angel's on one shoulder, one other, all this kind of stuff, right? Okay, let's follow the logic. If you follow that. See, there's a reason why they're saying that. And I'm going to show you in a minute. See, that's this one of the landmarks they misnamed. Like the guy says, okay, when you see a Walmart on your left, right, and school right across the street, right, then you know, or you need to make a right in the next corner. What's somebody going to change Walmart to Target? And you miss it because you still live for Walmart. When you lost, because you still live a lot more Walmart there. So they telling you this here. There's a reason why they tell you that. But that doesn't make any sense, because only people ruling the planet right now is Europeans. There's only two world empires that's doing it. That's America and Britain. And one came out there, that's Gog and Magog. I'm gonna get you there on that. Get you there in a few minutes. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is that doesn't make sense. So, but that means if that's the case, that means the angels are, but the angels are supposed to submit to us. Can't angels submit to us? They said they would do it. You see, it falls apart. Hey angel, would you come and fix my dinner with me? You ain't seen angels lately? First of all, for to submit to you, you have to be able to see them. You have to be able to talk to them and tell them what to do. But you can't do that. So I sure that don't make any damn sense. That's what they tell you. There's the reason why they're telling you that. See? You're going to see in a minute. And so then they tell you, well, I think the next page here. Okay. Next page. What's going on? Hold on, bro. Hold on. Thing took off on me. Hold on. What happened there? Give me a second. Do all of this. Okay. Oh, wow. Give me 1 second, boss. Uh, wow. 1 second, boss. It's not here. Mhm. Hmm. Yeah, I got it. Okay, here we go. All right. Hmm. Oh, there you go. Okay. Back boss. It's right here. The next page, you'll see. He said, well, for him other names. So for the names, he said, did I not say you? I know it's whatever, right? But you get down, and I know what you, and we said to Angel, be Smith to Adam. But Bliss, he did not. He refused. Now, see, they would tell you if Bliss wasn't an angel. It doesn't make any sense because why would he get angry at Bliss if he wasn't an angel? The command wasn't given to him. The command wasn't given to him. The command was given to the angels. So if he wasn't an angel, he had nothing to do with this. They have to really bend this, and there's a reason why they do it. I'm sure the reason why they're doing this because they can't say the clear understanding of this here because it reveals who they are. Right? So he Smith now. They Smith, but Bliss did not. He refused with pride. He's one of disbelievers. Let me sure I think I got some on this page here. Something like that. Okay. Okay, another place. Now get to actual Bliss. There's a reason why I'm doing this. Right? Because that makes no sense. Because if you go by that idea, that means angels can't, but they supposed to be submissive to us. But you seen angels. Angels submit to you that you know about. Right? And Bliss, he's got to be an angel. Otherwise, the command doesn't make any sense because he says he commanded angels. And he said to the angel, be Smith to Adam. So if Bliss had been an angel, they refused. But they say, no, he wasn't an angel. Now, why are they doing that? Because if you say the obvious understanding is that Adam is the Europeans because they're the ones ruling the planet, right? That means the angels are everybody else. And who's in total submission to the Europeans? We are here. We're in total submission to them. Have been for the years, right? Who's been resisting them? Refuse. So the Arabs. They fight him every step of the way. They haven't had a victory in 45 years. I'm not going to, they refuse. They don't want no part of their culture, no part of religion, no part of their government, none of it. That's why they're telling you that. Because if you normal, the clear interpretation that show they're the jinn. They're the jinn. Now, Bliss is not Satan. Because they tell you they don't, Bliss is jinn. They're the jinn. Because they want to continue how it was. How it was. They're Mecca. They're Medina. They're the Kaaba. All of that. They want to continue on like we had like before. I ain't going to go along with that crap. I ain't going along with Adam. I'm going to continue on. See, if you take the normal interpretation, that's what you get. That points them out being the jinn. And then who's the Muslim? We are. Because we submitted, we have to obey Allah's will. You see? A simple thing, if you explain it clearly, that's why they got to tell you the stuff don't make any sense. Because that, what I just said right there, makes total sense of what you see what happening in the world right now. Makes total sense. But they said it makes no sense at all. Because now you got some angels that you can't. They put me in submission that we don't know where they are. All humanity is ruling the planet, but all you see is Europeans ruling the planet. And the bliss, these are some Satans, as you can't see them either. So it makes no sense. It has no sense of reality. So while we need to know about the bliss and angels, they're both be submission. We can't see them, can't talk to them. They're jinn, right? You see what I'm saying? That's the reason why. That's one of the little things. And you're going to understand what their reaction is to us in a minute when I get to the bliss. Okay? You got that, brothers and sisters? You see, all these little things you don't pay attention to, but they add up. But that's why the reason they do that, because they can't come and say, because if they come and say Adam is Europeans, that the conclusion is they got to be the jinn. Because they didn't want to resist them every step of the way. Constant fight with them, everything else. The only nation is constantly in conflict with the Europeans, is them. See, that's why they get that bad interpretation. So then okay, let's step a little further. See, when you get a landmark orientation, things start falling into place. Because then you say, well, that's what that is. But why does Farrakhan tell us we got to go along with them? Why does he tell us we got to go along with them? We got to be Sunnis. He's trying to get you into Sunnism. Forget about Scientology. Oh, we got to be into Sunnism. He's trying to drag you Sunnism. And he takes certain interpretation. The jinn, he asks him to get same interpretation of that. So why would he tell you that? Because he's not with the messenger. So, and if you understand, we're going to go a little further, but you understand, he's Aaron, then that kind of suggests that what? The Sunnis are the golden calf. See what I'm saying? What happens to the golden calf? Moses destroys it completely. I'm getting a little bit out there a little bit, because I can explain it, I can break everything I'm telling you. We'll get to it. You see what I'm saying? That kind of like, because what that's what Aaron did. He had you worship the golden calf. That's what it is. That's a form of worship. And you believe in their mystery God now, the originator. God's a mystery. Spook when Elijah Muhammad said, no, it's a man, period. And he wants you to go and follow Sunnis. So that must be who the golden calf is then. Because they can't tell who the golden calf is. I can prove who the golden calf is, but just you see how things are falling into place. That's what Farrakhan is the enemy then. He's Aaron. He misled the people. Him worship the golden calf. And try to turn the hearts back to Egypt. You see, if you take that interpretation, see all the stuff that falls out? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Once you get one thing in place, everything else falls into place. But the way they give you don't make no sense. But that doesn't open any doors to you. All humanity doesn't open any doors. To get you confused because, well, they ain't supposed to submit, but you can't see them, you don't know them. Don't tell you anything. If you take that interpretation, you get nothing. But if you take it to make sense, all of a sudden, all kinds of stuff, doors open. All kinds of doors open. We're going to show that in a minute. Let's go here to the gin. Now, watch this. We indeed created every fashion. Then we said to angels, be submissive to Adam. Right? Again, get a little more, right? They submitted, except the bliss. I'm not going to submit. Now, if we Adam as Europeans, that's one nation that refused to submit. Right? He was not those submitted. He said, what hindered thee? I submit when I commanded thee. Right? So I showed you the angel. He said the command was to the angels. Right? And before he says, I commanded the angels. Right? Okay. Keep that in mind. See? So he's an angel, but they say he's not an angel. See, they got to keep you confused because that's who they are. So he submitted, said, but he was not those submitted. He said, well, that did not, this is clear. I mean, just take the logic. See, if you ain't about the truth, this don't mean anything to you. We don't care. He said, well, I did not submit when I commanded thee. He said, I'm better than he. That's created me a father, him that's created dust. Right? And I'm going to the science of that one, but information that explains it. He said, and get forth in this state, or it's not for thee to behave proudly therein. Go forth, therefore, show thou of the abject ones. They won't be successful. They haven't been. He said, despite me the day they are raised. Now see, this is the one that gets you. Adam is a ruler. He ain't been raised to nothing. He's not talking about, when he say they, you assume they talk about Adam. Adam not being raised, Adam's in control. Who's being raised? The ones that submitted, they're going to be raised back up. He's talking to us, the ones that submitted. See, you can't be assuming stuff. It says, today Adam's not being raised. Adam is already in control. Raised from what? He's the ruler. We're the ones in submission. We're the ones that got to be raised back up. We submit, that means we lower ourselves. He said, thou shall aspire. He said, judge me, I will certainly wait for them in that straight path. Well, let's go to the next one. Now, to certainly come from them from before, behind, from right and left. And I will not both find most of them thankful. Tell us. They come at us every kind of way you can think of. What are you talking about? They ain't. Who's got your religion? Who's got your land? Who's got your language? Who sold you? Who betrayed? Who betrayed you in slavery to begin with? They was just bigger slaves as the Europeans were. Them. Steady gin. They came at us every kind of way. And now they come at us tell us our religion is wrong. Fuck them. Our religion is wrong. See, we was over here. They betrayed us. They are half brothers. That's a fact. Abraham's seed. They didn't please themselves white. And they were black. Farrakhan was dark. He was black. That's why they want to show a picture of him. They're going to tell you, well, look, he was the man of the hour. He conquered the whole continent, Arabia. That's part of the continent because Africa's part of it. A man like that. They had writers, they had artists, sculptures, and everything else. Historians and everything else. They wrote down everything that he said. That's the crime. Everything he said, that they have still original. But nobody wrote a description of him. Nobody painted a picture of him. Nobody made a sculpture of him. You think I'm a goddamn fool? Because you don't want to know he had nappy hair with black skin. That's why you don't want to know us know that. That's why you don't beat yourself white. That's part of deception. So it'd be hard for us to prove that we're your brothers. So you can play on this game that falls Israel is really your brothers. Because you part of that. That's why you ain't taking them out. That's why you ain't doing a goddamn thing. You let them run over there because you part of the lie to keep us from knowing who we are. Because you paying Farrakhan and Wallace to stop telling us that we the seed of Abraham, that's our land. You're paying money. I know you do. They pay you money to do that. Because when you went to Wallace's thing, and in the back, every time you went to, if anybody went to Wallace's little masjids, right in the back was always an Arab from Arabia, sitting back there with a full costume and everything on, auditing what you were saying to make sure you wasn't saying anything about you the truth of Abraham, you going home, that kind of stuff. Because they just want you to be a Sunni. Because you're Sunni, you ain't nothing, you're just another nigga. Why you think the devil, you know what the devil's calling them? Desert niggers. That's why they call them desert niggas. Because they know they're our brothers, but they don't beat themselves white. Don't tell me they don't do it. Because I was married to an Arab woman a long time ago from Morocco. And she absconded with my daughter. I got a picture of my daughter. She's darker than me. I finally got in touch with her a few years back. White as snow. It bleaches out so they can, because they that's why they ain't doing anything over at Gaza right now. That's why they ain't doing health, because that's part of the scheme to make us not realize who we are. So they on board with false Israel, pretending to be us. So they white like them. So see, they because they don't want us to know who we are. When we find who we are, we're gonna blow. It's all over. I mean, just think about it. I remember false Israel like 100 to 1, 200 to 1. False Israel is in their living room, over in the middle, in their living room, raping their women, beating their children, raping their children, starving to death, and everything else right there in their living room. And they're all around it. And they ain't doing a damn thing. In fact, they come say, hey, man, you need a beer or something? Need some lunch? They're actually helping. And their brothers and sisters right there, they're beating and raping and everything, and they ain't doing a goddamn thing. Because they don't want false Israel to go away either. You know, if false Israel goes away, we're going to realize who we are, and that's the end of their ass. They don't want us. Remember, they tricked in. They said Joseph, story of Joseph. They betrayed us into slavery. They were hoping to get rid of us, do us in a damn hole in Egypt. You understand? You see what's going on here, brothers and sisters? They'll start making sense when you put this in the right place. That's why he's doing that, to keep you confused, disorientated, can't tell east from west, and north from south. So you might have a map, but you don't know. You don't know the direction, so the map's not doing any good. Okay? That's talking about. They come against them every kind of way. They was over here over 100 years before Mass Rama came. They had a big community right there in Detroit. They knew we was Muslims. We came over here because they betrayed us. And they didn't step out one time in the black community and say, boo, nothing. Oh, brother, man, man, you are brothers, man. Come on, let me tell you what. Who do you think the Moors were? It was us. We ruled Spain and North Italy for about 700 years. They betrayed us and they took our land. Morocco, Algiers, Egypt, Tunisia, all those. That's where we were living at. Northwest Africa. They took our land. And we're over here. And then when Master Muhammad shows up, God, shit, man, that Islam ain't no good, man. Fuck y'all. We coming back. We're gonna be back. We're gonna be back in the next 12 months. And we're taking our land back. And we got something for your ass. That's the jinn. That's why they got to see what I just said. You can compute that. Man, I agree with it, but you can compute it. But that crap they saying you can't compute it. Makes sense. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, where's the angels? Where but you look at it that way, everything falls right into place. And that falls right into the tone of scripture. Because it said Abraham had two sons, and one betrayed the other into slavery, into Egypt. That gets another thing, because the point is, how do we know that that's us? We'll get to that one in a minute. See, put all the pieces come together. So if we hear, even Farrakhan says that, we hear, well, tell how we got here according to scripture. It says we were betrayed by our brother that has our land right now and everything else. That's what it says. So that means they are half brother, so they want to betray us. So they got everything else. That shows you right there. They don't want you to know that, because you're going to come back and take everything they took from you. They keep us ignorant. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Golden calf. Here's the golden calf. And it says what happened? They got totally wiped out, destroyed. 2025, 2027, there will be no Sunnism on the planet. 2027, be no Sunnism on the planet. It'll be all gone. It says Moses came and totally destroyed it. And then he made the Levites drink it because they shouldn't have fallen for that bullshit. Farrakhan shouldn't have fell for it. See? That's the golden calf. It's about worship. And that's what Sunni is about. Pharaoh trying to get you to worship. So it's something, if you understand who he is, then that's, right? That was the whole thing. He had him worshiping, right? This golden calf, right? And Scientology is not about worship. It's about mind. Sunnism is about worship. That's another way to look at it. Okay, we got Adam, we got the jinn. Let's look at this Jesus thing. We do what facts is. I mean, this bothers you by. So let me do something else before I do that. Before I do that, I'm gonna go to I want to do it. Okay, let's do it this one. Some edition. There first. Okay. Now we had that's from Muhammad. He came and raised up Elijah. Elijah taking notes and everything, teaching him. Elijah, he raised up Farrakhan, right? And then Elijah departs to Farrakhan. He's sitting there and he's right? That's the time Suleiman was around. That's he's doing messing with the covenant, so it becomes Elijah's temple. So he's around the time Farrakhan's doing this thing. He's spouting whatever he's spouting, right? Remember, he's been cursed. Cancel it. That's a curse. It's not a. Then he cast down. Get rid of him. That's about to happen. Anyway, let's move on. See here. Now beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, is really I'm gonna get to that in a minute. Jesus Christ says that name is not mentioned in Scripture anywhere. Oh, yeah, okay. But see, gathering together unto him, that he be soon shaken in mind or troubled, neither by spirit nor by word. It's a letter from us that the day of Christ is at hand. Let no man deceive you by any means. They should not come except they come and falling away first. But see, it tells you this is a matter of deception. If anybody tells you, they're deceiving you. This is a matter of deception. It said they go a lot of stuff to get you to understand that. And what Farrakhan say? Farrakhan said, no. He says, since he exposed in the synagogue of Satan, that's the falling away. Well, they said, no, that's a lie. He said, falling away comes first. And then Son of Man, and then the reason why he put it that way, because he's trying to destroy this whole thing, because he's talking about him. He's son of perdition. He said in Elijah's seat. Then he's the Christ. What it says right there. In the temple of God, not the synagogue, not the church, not the mosque, masjid, temple. Who said the temple's up? Master Muhammad, temple of God. Then he's the Christ. See? Plus he's saying, no. He's supposed synagogue of Satan, now everybody's falling away. No. What it's talking about here is the Nation of Islam fell because they didn't have a leader anymore because they got rid, Elijah Muhammad was gone, and they got rid of the Nation of Islam. They got rid of it. They took all the resources, they took all the assets and everything and liquidated it, right? And they put their money in their pockets. Farrakhan's multimillionaire. How become multimillionaire? He don't have any business anything. Wallace and him took the nation down. Took it down. Took all the resources, everything, left us with nothing. The police that put all that work and everything else, they took it down. Took all the resources, liquidated everything. Right? That's what it's talking about. And then, now he's sitting there. He's the one, he's the God, he's the Christ. Here's right there. Now, if you look at it that way, everything falls in place, don't it? But look at his way, it don't fall in place. Because he's saying some addition, and that's the individual. Oh, the son of perdition is the synagogue of Satan. No, he is son of perdition. Synagogue of Satan, are they temples? The synagogue of Satan, are they sitting in temples? Do they have temples or do they have synagogues? See? That's what I'm saying. He can pull this off because the people that listen, they connect him on an emotional level. Or they're demons, they love him, emotional level. They're not coming to him because of knowledge, because they wouldn't be with him 5 seconds. They were. Because if you just do some nonsense right there, he come up stinking. He come foul, the shit's thrown no matter how you look at it. It's obvious interpretation of that. But if you take his interpretation, everything, nothing makes sense anymore. Synagogue of Satan, right? They don't have a temple. They have mosques. In their mosques, they have synagogues. They said it's an individual. And they're not pretending they're God. They ain't pretending they're God. He is. Everything fits if you take it from their point of view. It says, see, it says, okay, even him who's coming is after work of Satan. We got to really work that one too. With all power and signs of lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish because they receive not love of truth, but they might be saved. In other words, they didn't care about the truth. See? They were deceived because they didn't care about truth. Because truth, they wouldn't be deceived. They didn't care about truth. They wouldn't with Farrakhan because of truth. Or they wouldn't have been with him at all. So listen this carefully. Read this carefully. Because they're going to tell you what God, he's going to tell you what God would do, what God won't do. God can't lie. God can't deceive, all that kind of stuff, right? How come God can do anything he wants to? It says one being all came, so anything that came out of him, he can do himself. Everything came from him. So if he created everything, that means he can do whatever he created, right? The attributes of him. Anyway, let's move on. For this cause God shall send them strong delusion. They should believe a lie. He's going to give them lies and deceit. This is God. He can't lie. He can't deceive. That's what he's going to do to them. He's going to give lies and he's going to deceive them and lie to them. Since that's what they want. What it says right there. This means God shall send them strong delusion. What do you think delusion is? It's deception. And they should believe a lie. God can't make deceive, all that kind of stuff. It says right there, that's what they're going to do. They're going to give more of it. That's what you want? Okay, give you more of it. They should be damned. He's doing it because damn them. Because they did not believe the truth. They don't want this message. They want some confusion stuff to make any sense. Oh, yin and if you take interpretation, they can't make any sense of it. I just told you it falls right. Everything falls into place. Come on, brothers and sisters. Oh God, can't do. I got to see it twice. Okay, they know that. Wow. Okay, now let's get to Jesus. Now do you understand that? Hold on for a minute, brothers and sisters. So what I got to get. Back, get something to drink. What I'm trying to do here is, it says the people sit in darkness see the great light. Those who have eyes, right, want to see, and your eyes been closed because you've been told darkness. What open your eyes for is dark all the time. There's nothing to see. So I'm telling you, just turn the light on, right? So you can open your eyes, and we'll see. Some people don't want to see, so you let them keep their eyes closed. And once they open their eyes, they close them right away because they like the darkness. Yeah, those, those are traitors. They want to stay here. They're children of this kingdom, but they rather stay here. Don't let them stay. That means they couldn't qualify to move to the next level. Fine. Let's look at this. You see here? Let me explain that. I've been talking about the last couple of days, right? See, this right here is a deaf nil. The information I'm giving you right now is deaf nil to Sunnism. There's nil so-called Christianity. There's nil to false Israel. No, this is dagger straight to the heart. Because see, they can't argue with me about this. They get mad, but they can't. Everything I said is absolute truth. They cannot argue about it. All they can do is try to drag me back into some mystical world where, oh, angels, you just got to believe the angels, they got to believe their spirits. No, I don't have to believe a goddamn thing. I only believe in mathematics. Islam is mathematics and mathematics. Islam, I only believe in mathematics. They got to drag you into this mystical world. Oh, well, no, angels, man, they're spirits. And then they prove that bullshit, and then I'm believing on something I can't prove. But I can prove what I just said, and if you look at it that way, everything falls into place. Okay, so this is a big one. All are big. This right here, ooh. Now, the scriptures, the original scriptures are written in either Aramaic, Hebrew, right, or Arabic. So it's the Bible and the Quran. Right? Yeah. Take my word for it, check it. Wasn't written in Greek. In the case of the Quran, Arabic. The other ones, Hebrew or Aramaic. So, you understand that. So you go back to the originals. See, the Bible is the only thing you have. It's a translation from the original manuscripts. But the deep secret there is, there's no name Jesus in those manuscripts. It just ain't there. There's no name Jesus in those manuscripts. It's just not there. Not in the so-called Old Testament or New Testament. In Aramaic or Hebrew, it's not there. Just go and check. Take my word for it. Go and check. Everything I say, you can go and verify. I don't ask you to accept anything I say on face value. Go check it. So here's Aramaic. This is Aramaic. They translate English. But look, what's the name there? The name is Yeshua, which is the same thing as Joshua. Yeshua. Don't say anything about no Jesus. Yeshua. Yeshua. This is a translation of Aramaic to this so-called New Testament. Right? So he's talking about he's talking about Lazarus. So I'm gonna play some of it, right? Because when they say what's the name there? Their name. Okay, well, Lazarus, that's Lazarus, right? That's just anyway, let me play a little bit of it.
Aramaic Bible in plain English. 1 And a certain man was sick, Lazar of the town of Bethany, the brother of Miriam and of Martha. 2 This Miriam was the one who had anointed the feet of Yeshua with ointment and wiped them with her hair, whose brother Lazar was sick. 3 And his 2 sisters sent to Yeshua, and they were saying, Our Lord, behold, he whom you love is sick. 4 Yeshua said, This sickness is not of death, but for the glory of God, that the Son of God may be glorified because of it. 5 Now Yeshua did love Martha and Miriam and Lazar. 6 And after he heard that he was sick, he remained in the place where he was for 2 days. 7 After this, he said to his disciples, Come, we shall go again to Judea. 8 His disciples were saying to him, Our Rabbi, the Judeans had been just now seeking to stone you, and are you going there again? 9 Yeshua said to them,
Okay, I sent. You can read at your own leisure, right? That's the so-called New Testament, right? Here's Old Testament. Now remember, in New Testament, they don't say they say Yahshua or Joshua. They say Joshua, not Jesus, Joshua. So, and the question you have to ask yourself is, even if forget about all this, right? If you got a called Old Testament Bible, even translated in any language, you won't find the name Jesus in there anywhere. Why you won't find the name Jesus in it? He's the one that created everything according to the Bible. That's what you say. So why his name is not in the Old Testament? Why is just the so-called New Testament? Why is there's no name Jesus in the Old Testament? Why? You ask yourself that question. I mean, well, he made everything right. As they say, he's the Son of God. So how come he wasn't mentioned? Nobody knew about him at all until so-called New Testament, right? They say everything was made by him. But they say they don't mention his name at all. And when they show Lord Jehovah here, the reason they capitalize like that, that's Jehovah's Witness thing, right? Because they don't know what exactly the proper spelling of that. So I'm just leave it there. That's what it is. Because that's a made up name too. But that's no. I'm not going to do on that right now. But here's the so-called Old Testament, right? Now here's Joshua again. So that shows you, because here, when you read it, they're talking about Joshua. So, Yahshua means Joshua. That's why he said, well, Yahshua, no. Here they're going to talk about, you read the Old Testament, and this whole story is about Joshua. So, Yahshua and Joshua, same name. So you can't be confused. Let me play a little bit of it, my sister.
Aramaic Bible in plain English. 1 And after Moshe the servant of Lord Jehovah died, Lord Jehovah said to Yeshua son of Nun, the minister of Moshe, to Moshe my servant has died. Arise, cross this Jordan, you and all this people, to the land that I give to them, the children of Israel. 3 Every place that the sole of your foot will tread in it, it shall be yours. As I said to Moshe, for from the wilderness and the mountain of this Lebanon and unto Euphrates the great river, and all the land of the Kittites and unto the great sea, the place of the setting of the sun, shall be your border. 5 And a man shall not stand before you all the days of your life, and just as I have been with Moshe, I shall be with you. I shall not leave you and I shall not forsake you. 6 Be strong and be greatly strengthened, because you shall cause this people to inherit it, the land that I have sworn to their fathers to give to them. 7 Only be strong and be greatly strengthened to keep and do all the laws that Moshe my servant commanded you.
Had my sound on, brother and sisters. I got to go over it again, right? See Joshua there. You see it in both places. You don't see the name Jesus. And Joshua here is the one that takes you, after Moses, right? He was with Moses. And then after Moses departed and after Aaron was gone, he's the one, he's the one that leads you out of Egypt, back home to the promised land, which is between the river Euphrates and the river Egypt, which is Arabia. He lead the people that in bondage for 400 years. He would lead them out after Elijah or Moses taught them for 40 some years. Then Moses would disappear. He would leave. And then Aaron would mislead the people with the gold, remember the golden calf stuff, all that stuff? And then, because Aaron never made it out of Egypt. He made it out of the wilderness. He died in the wilderness. He never made the promised land. But Joshua was the one he succeeded Moses. Moses transferred story to him. He's the one that delivered the people out of here, out of the wilderness until promised land. And they would have been there 400 years. So that sounds like, that sounds familiar. And that'd be Joshua. Be a man that had been a follower of Elijah or Moses. See, they say Joshua is a prominent figure succeeding Moses. Wait a minute, I thought Aaron succeeded Moses. No, he didn't. Because he wasn't following Moses, he was against Moses. So when they get the session, they give it to Joshua. He's the leader. He's the one to give him to the promised land, the message of the covenant. That's what it says right there. I mean, this is Google. I didn't write this. That shows you that it's Joshua as the person. There's no mention of Jesus anywhere. Move on to the next one, brothers and sisters. And then this word Christ. That's not in there either. That's not in the manuscripts either. In the original manuscripts, that word is not there. That's a Greek word. It's a Greek word. It means Messiah. So you won't find the name Jesus Christ in the Bible anywhere if you go to the original manuscripts. You won't find it, just ain't there. You find Joshua the Messiah. That's who Joshua Messiah, and that's who Joshua is. Joshua would be someone who was with Elijah, followed Elijah. Elijah departed. After Aaron was out the way, he took the people from here to the promised land. See here? Joshua. Not nobody named Jesus. Joshua. Because you won't find it in there. So where does Jesus come from? Where does Jesus Christ come from? Where did he come from? He's not in the original scripture. This is something they got in the Bible. How did they get it? Because it's not in the original scripture. If you translate it in, you won't get that. So where did it come from? And why is it there like that? Because it tells you clearly, if you go translate direct from here, that Joshua is someone. And if you and then you start looking around and say, well, oh, Joshua. And then if you pay attention to Elijah at all, you say, well, this Joshua be someone that's going, we the ones, we really Israel. We've been 400 years over here. And we have Elijah teaching 40 some years what she did. And then we had his lying dog Aaron that would deceive us and have us worship golden calf and all that kind of stuff for 40 some years. Then Joshua would take over and get us home. Aaron would be left behind. He wouldn't make it to the promised land. That story you would get. Say, wow, that's a whole different story you've been given, isn't it? I'm not making anything. I'm just showing you what's there. Go and check yourself. Don't take my word for it. Go and check the manuscripts. Let's go a little further then. So that's the name that you're going to find him, Joshua Messiah. So where did he get his Jesus from? Let's go a little further. Let's see. Say these are two scriptures. Say one is Hebrew and one is Aramaic. So if you want to translate English, you translate directly, right? So if you translate directly, you would have Jesus Christ. You'd have Joshua Messiah. That's what you would have. You wouldn't have anything called Jesus Christ. You transfer him directly, you have Joshua Messiah. Bring any historian, anybody come here and prove me wrong. I give $1,000 right off the bat. That's exactly the truth. If you translate directly, you're going to get Joshua Messiah. If you translate directly, we get Joshua Messiah. So where did Jesus Christ come from? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? Who is he? Well, we know Joshua. Based on your understanding, with Elijah Muhammad taught if you, he's here right now. He's here during the presence of Farrakhan, Aaron, son of perdition, whom the Lord will consume with spirit of his mouth and destroy with the brightness of the coming. So he's present here, right? And he's bringing down son of perdition with the truth. Because they ain't about the truth. They're about bullshit. So he's here right now. He's talking about the covenant. Taking people back, that's the covenant that Farrakhan never mentions. The covenant about we return home. He said we ain't going nowhere. It says the covenant said we return home and said we'll return to Arabia. That's what he's talking about. He's the one, he's Aaron, because he, for some years, he's not teaching Elijah Muhammad's program at all. But see, if you translate directly, that's what you get. So where did Jesus Christ come from? Let's look and see. This is where it comes from. Because they translate from here into Greek. Now, why would you do that? And then translate it back to English. Why would you, what sense does that make? Why would you do that? What's the point of doing that? If you speak English, you can read manuscript, translate directly to English, right? Or French, or whatever you read the language. But why would you go to Greek first and then translate it back over? There's something kind of strange going on there, ain't it? What'd you do that for? Make no sense. Because nobody wants you to know who you are. They got all these, all these different things they're putting out there. Adam and Eve, Israel, all this stuff. Because your rise destroys them all. We'll get to a C bomb in a minute. So you go here, so what happens? What does this do for you by doing that? Now see here, this is Zeus. Now Zeus, remember we transferred to Greek. The Greek religion, right? Zeus is the Allah, the Greek religion. He's a top guy. Supreme being called Zeus. Look familiar, don't it? Supreme being. But he's the God of the sky and heavens. Not the God of the earth. He's the God of the sky and heavens. You understand? His name is Zeus. He's a Greek god. Okay? Keep that in mind. Anybody $5,000 to prove I'm wrong here, I'm lying. Zeus, the god, and he's God of the sky. But now when you take, in Greek, there's no J. It's not in there. Don't have that letter in there. It's like if you talk to Spanish and somebody's name is spelled J-E-S-U-S, it's called Jesus. So I guess there's probably no J in Spanish either. Because they don't say on G's, they call him Jesus. So I think there's no J in, I'm not sure if I don't speak Spanish, right? There's no J but there's a GE. Now the G prefix in Greek has a G prefix, right? Trans is a prefix. If you see a prefix in English, it has something to do with like transportation, transport, whatever, right? Like moving something. Translate, right? So it's a prefix. And we say a prefix, it has something to do with movement, right? So in GE, that prefix in Greek has something to do with earth, like geology, geometry, geophysics, right? Those are all Greek words. Start with G, right? It has something to do with the earth. Those are Greek words. Geometry, geophysics, geology, right? Geophysics, whatever. Those are Greek words. Start with G because it has something to do with the earth, right? No, this God, this Greek God, Zeus, he's God of heavens and sky. So who's the God of earth then? Well, you have to put a G in front of that. Jesus. Jesus. Now, if I had that word and I'm Greek now, I come to America. I say, what's my name? My name is Jesus. Okay, now I can't write Greek. I don't know Greek, right? So you're gonna try to write it in English. What he said phonetically. You're gonna say, because you can't write Greek, he can't write English. He's telling you, what's your name? My name is Jesus. He's an immigrant, right? What's your name? My name is Jesus. Jesus. Okay, how you write that English? Jesus. That's where you get it from. The God of the earth. There's a made up name. It don't exist. Because Zeus don't exist either. And Jesus don't exist either. They made some bullshit up for you. Tell them I'm lying. I give $5,000 to prove I'm lying. It's made up. It don't exist. That's why he went to the Greek and translated. He gave something that don't exist. Another way to confuse you. Because they didn't want you to know about Joshua. Because Joshua means that put you in the front on the front seat, the driver's seat. Because that was Joshua's whole thing. Paul Israel said, we ain't never been in bondage. We've been 40, everything is just right there. That means Joshua's coming to you. You come through Elijah. Suddenly pre-Elijah's temple. See, all this stuff comes together. Because Jesus don't exist. You can't find him in scriptures anywhere. In the manuscript anywhere. It's a made up something that don't exist. They had you something you don't exist. That's a diversion to keep you thinking like a magician. It's Joshua, the Messiah. Remember Farrakhan even talking about he's the Messiah. Take my word. There it is. Jesus. You write it down. That's right. Made up name. Don't exist. Don't exist. Joshua, the Messiah. Joshua, the Messiah. He exists. He'd be a follower of Elijah. He'd been around for the 42 years of Aaron's reign. It says Joshua, he was in his 70s when he took over. Check it out. He's the one that would put down Aaron and take our people home. They don't want you to know that. That's why all this deception, all these little tricks, Adam, all the little tricks they got there, Jen, all of them on board with this. Keep you find who you are, because remember, when you go home, which you taking your land back, so they're on board with this too. Also, this on board with it too, because then they lose they get rich off your identity. Everybody's getting rich. That's right. Do you see all nations be blessed? Who see everybody been blessed by us, not by false Israel? And they got rich off themselves. America got rich off our labor. Assad, Arabia, they get rich off our land. Also, they get rid of our identity. That's what's going on. I'm pointing out to you, brother. So I'm just bringing it out. Tell me I'm wrong. Jesus don't exist. You don't find the scripture anywhere. Made up. That's why they got to go to Greek to get this. So they got you worshiping false. It don't exist. Because they don't want you to know who Joshua is, because he does exist. He's here now to get you home. You see, here, so-called Jesus, his kingdom will be on the earth. Remember, that's what it says in scripture, right? Move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, let me see. I'll do one more and I'll close. Let's see what else we here. I may do two. This is the seasons. Then I'm going to do a C-bomb. Seasons. You see, when I say it's momentous in heaven and earth, but it come of a sudden. See, this is something that you don't hear this because they lie. They don't notice anyway. They don't know shit. When I show it to you, you're going to see. You're going to have to bear witness that what I'm telling you is the absolute truth. You have to bear witness to it. Everything I said, if you look it out, you have to bear witness to the truth. I'm not going to debate with you about, because I'm not debating what my name is. But you look at it and you have to bear with you, or you just leave it alone. Now look at this. His momentous in the heavens and the earth coming above is sudden. That means there's something that's coming to the earth from the heavens, and it's going to be absorbed by the earth, and then you get the experience. That's the energy wave. That's what it's talking about. I said the universe is contracting now. It started in 1860, so we got our first energy wave in the 1860s. We start being energized. That means we start being energized. That means it's hard for them to control us. That means they're going to violently try to control us. And you see this, what I'm talking about. Because they use violence to business condition. They're going to try to use violence to keep us under control. But now you be energized, it's hard to control you. So we started losing control of us in the 1860s, that so-called Civil War. Right? That's an energy wave. It comes approximately every 50 years. I'm going to show you. And see here, you got 4 different periods here. This 1860s, 1920s, 1960s, and now, right? So I'm gonna give you the basic. I'm calling demon philosophy, right? Okay. So let's do with these. Let's just go to the first one. 1860s, right? Now, understand the atmosphere. The atmosphere, we breathe. We need it. It's like we need water to drink, right? But water is just it's bland water. Drink. You need a drink. But you want to put some spirit in it, right? You want to put some sugar in it, some honey, some flavor. You want to put some spirit in it, right? Because you drink it so it has a taste, right? But you don't taste the air. You listen to the air. I mean, it's vibrations, right? Because you can hear it. So therefore, you want to put some spice in there. So that's music. See, we manipulate music. See? So we manipulate the air. That's what music is. Who do it better than anybody? We do. I told you, the air, the atmosphere, it reflects our emotions. It reflects our emotions because that's how we feel. What kind of emotions was there in 86? The blues. We had the blues. We didn't know what to do. We hadn't changed no more. I mean, we know they course of breaking slaves. They didn't stop it. They didn't do it because of freedom. It was an economic situation. But I'm not going to that right now, brothers and sisters. But we had the blues. Whose music is dominating the planet? Ours. That means we dominate the atmosphere. We're the ones manipulating the atmosphere. You understand? That tells how powerful we are. Their music falls flat. They copying ours. We had the blues. That's why I'm trying to show how powerful we are. The problem is we got our mind is distorted, so we got to get control of our mind so we can focus that energy. Because right now we're focusing on energy against ourselves. That said, the man was beating himself in Mark. But we turn energy on our enemies. That's all over. Right now, our enemy is against ourselves. The man was beating himself up. We had the blues. That's the first stage. First energize, we had the blues in order to do. I did a Google. I says, what's the most powerful, what's the most predominant music on the planet right now, on the whole planet? They say hip hop. Google it. Ain't Beethoven. It ain't my name is Sally John. I went down on the farm. You know, the banjo crap, devil stuff, redneck stuff. Right? Okay, listen. Let's keep on with this. 1860s, 1870s, industrial age. We actually bought it in the industrial age. That's not a story. I'm just showing you how the connection there. Let's move on. Didn't need you in the fields anymore. Industrial age. They didn't do it because they was trying to free you. That's part of the reason right there. They didn't need you in the fields no more. But the industrial age started getting machines and stuff. Okay? So you had 2 groups. Now, we're not pointing this out because let's say it's 17 million. It wasn't 17 million back there, but it's approximately 34 million of us right now. But 17 million of us are demons, and 17 million of us are original people. 17 million are skin folk, and 17 million are kinfolk. When I went in Django, he was probably DiCaprio's brother, by his same father, because they raped our women so much that half of the that's why I use the term black. Black don't make you original. It just means you got black skin. Max Muhammad doesn't have black skin, but he's original. That's that's a term they use to keep us confused, to keep us mixed together. The chaff and the wheat, somebody sowed the wheat chaff amongst the wheat. Right? That's our enemy did it. They sowed their seed amongst in our women. That's what it's talking about. So half, that's why now you got 17, that's 17 million that's what talking about. But we all mixed together. See? But one of them has the devil's nature, or has the original nature. So the devil nature, they want to clean. They was like house niggas back in the field. They want to clean with masks because they got the same nature. Masks, they look like us. They got the same wolves and sheep clothing. They still got the nature of wolves, but they still look like the lamb. They want to be with the wolves, but the wolves don't want to be with them because they say, man, you look like a lamb to me. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what happened. So at that point in time, he had two different ideas, two different natures. So one wanted to get the hell away from Massa, and one wanted to stay here with Massa. The sharecroppers and stuff. This is exactly what happened. Some stayed on the farm and got the hell away from there as far as they could. And as far as they could was the cities, but they got away. Two different ideas. Two different natures. And that was, and if you read this, you can slow it down and read it. But it tells you, right? It had nothing to do with freeing you. It had nothing to do with freeing you. This is the devil's writing. Who's going to benefit from you? It says a common explanation is that what led to the outbreak of bloodiest conflict in the history of North America. A common explanation is that civil wars fought over the moral issue of slavery. No, in fact, it was not economics of slavery and political control of that system that was central to the conflict. So they kind of tell you that to try to make us look good. No, they weren't about just what trying to sleep. I'm not going to that kind of detail, bro. Since I just want to get make some pain points across. So this is not a good picture here, but the soldiers that they got to fight, the North was having a problem winning that war. So it wasn't about emancipation, none of that. That came about when they said, if we get these niggas to fight on our side, we have more soldiers. If we promise them that we'll free them, that's what that came about. Then after the war was over, they put them in concentration camp and starved them to death. That's not story together. See, so these stay on the farm. Master, these got the hell away to the cities as far as they can get away from that farm. Two ideas, two different natures. Because these are demons, half devil, half man. They're Caucasian with black faces, kinfolk. Yeah, Buzz. Some truth. He's got I don't know his I keep forgetting to put it there, brothers and sisters. You'll see what I'm talking about in a minute. Move on. But yeah, two different leaders. He led the sharecropper side. There was another one that said they'd get the hell away from me, but I can't. Move on. Okay, now 50 years later, 1910s and 1920s, electronic age, right? 50 years later, approximately 50 years later, approximately every 50 years, not exactly, approximately every 50 years, you get this energy wave. Because the universe is contracting now. So now it'll be energized, right? Of course, I quit. And what happened? Jazz. Came from us again. It was dominant music that time. Now, even Europe, everywhere they had music. You come out of Africa, it came out of us. Jazz. About 50 years later, why? Because we started feeling jazzy. Started getting some new education, because we didn't know who he was before that. We didn't know he was from Africa. We didn't know about anything. Now we started getting some education. We started to know, because why? Because people like Noble Drew Ali, Marcus Garvey, right? Nasr Muhammad, later Elijah, right? We started feeling jazzy. We didn't call ourselves niggas anymore. Call ourselves colored people. Colored folks now. Didn't need for manual labor anymore. Then so you had two different ideas. Again, Eurocentric and Afrocentric. That means we need to think more like devils, like Europeans, and we need to get the hell out of here. We need to start thinking more, trying to learn who we are and be like ourselves. That was Marcus Garvey, Noble Ali, Nasr Muhammad, But this was Du Bois. No, I mean, they had a brown bag test. See how you had to at least be blind in that brown bag for even want to be, even consider you. We need more, and ACP came in on. We need more like white people. You need to blend in with them because they Europeans, but they devils in black skin. They wanted. We need to think more like Master, closer to Master. Think like him, act like him, dress like him. 50 years later, that's when jazz came. Check it out. Ain't no coincidence there. And then they had violence again. Violence again. Called the Red Summer. Every time you start certain, white folks use more violence to try to keep you in control, because now you lose control of you. So the violence becomes greater and greater to keep you under control. So then you had this 1919, this violence, right? Outbreak of racial violence known as the Red Summer occurred in 1990, an event that affected at least 26 cities across the United States. Because now right? So jazz has been assertive. See? Start taking Eurocentric and Afrocentric, right? This Du Bois and ACP, colored people. Be more like white people. Here's Marcus Garvey. No, we want to be try to be more like Africans. Two different ideas. Remember that dichotomy. Can't make this up, brothers and sisters. This is history. All you got to do is check it out if you want to. Okay? And this is Mark Garvey's people, male, female. Hey, man, Elijah Muhammad was part of the Marcus Garvey movement. He was a lieutenant. Well, I think he said lieutenant. Somebody said, sorry, I don't remember. I know Elijah Muhammad did say he was an official in Marcus Garvey before he met Master Muhammad. Thinking Afrocentric. These things Eurocentric, be more like white people. See? Here's Marcus Garvey. Here's his people. Here's Du Bois. Be more like white people. If I'm not mistaken, I keep forgetting to Google it, but NAACP was initially run by Jews. And then 50 years later, 1860s, computer age. What happened there? See, we were more energized. Went to niggers to be born to colored people. Then what we're going to do now? Kind of music. From blues to jazz. So, Motown sound. I'm black and I'm proud. We ain't colored people no more. We black folks. Black. We wearing froze now. We ain't balling our hair and carrying on. We're froze. You see what I'm saying? Is that a coincidence? Whose music was dominating in each one of those periods? Jazz in the 20s. I was in the 60s. The blues before that. I was hardly any kind of music around. Except Beethoven, that kind of stuff. Is that a coincidence? What came out of that? Rap, pop, all that stuff came out of soul. They still trying to copy it. But that's ours. The atmosphere was reflecting our nature. That means we got the dominant nature. It's just that your mind you don't know it. Once you get your mind back, it's all over. All this becomes yours again. It shows you right there how much power you got, because it's your nature that's dominating the planet. Everybody's trying to copy your nature. Because you're overcoming theirs, but that's a problem for them, because your nature is overcoming theirs, and so they're fighting back. And they fight back with violence, because you lose control of you. So what happened there? What was the mindset back then? Didn't he she labor jobs to China and bring in Indians? I'll talk about that more another time. But integrate and separate. See, two different ideas. They want to move in with Master. Now before they want to be like Master, now they want to move with Master. Want to marry Master's daughter. Want to live next door to Master. See, and we want separation. We want total separation. That's two our mindsets back there. 50 years later, every 50 years, right? And what happened? Was there any violence? Riots. Contain us. We get too uppity, getting too assertive. Bigger riots. That's coincidence, brothers and sisters? You look at it yourself. See if I made anything up here. See if I distorted. I ain't distorted anything. I'm telling you exactly what happened. Every 50 years it's happened. From some spark, bam, it happens. Because we're being energized. Right? Let's look a little deeper. You see, you got two together. One separation, one integration. See, here's Ali sitting right there. They want, and they want integrated, got all the white folks and everything around them. That's what Martin Luther King wanted. And Elijah Muhammad must have told him something. He started talking about, he got promised land speech, would sound a little like separation. He was dead the next day. See what I'm saying? Is that a coincidence, brothers and sisters? Is that a coincidence? Whose music is dominating? I told you, it's hip hop is dominating the world right now. Google it, that's the predominant one. That's ours. Our emotions is affecting the whole planet. That means how powerful we are. Move on, brothers and sisters. That's where music comes from. And now, we're another 50-year period right here. 2010, right on the edge, right in it. What happens here? 2020s to 2030s. It came in right on time with a warning, COVID. 1619 to 2019, right? 400 years. 2020, the first warning sign, because we served, starting to blow. We took all we can take. That's no. I'm gonna get into that when I get into talk about C-bomb, AI age now. So what happens here? New music. It's gonna be on the rise in a minute. Every feature, the music's about to come out. It ain't come out yet. But it's been music of victory. Everyone's more exciting, more adventurous, right? And we call ourselves blacks, and we call ourselves what? Muslim or something. We gods. We are gods. So we're gonna know it. But that's what we got right now. We're in this period right now where something dramatic is gonna happen. A spark. I keep telling you. And when this war resumes, that's gonna be it. Master Muhammad gonna create that spark. Until when this war resumes over the Middle East, that's it. It's all over. We're at a pause right now. And then you're going to see all this I've been telling you. Right? And you got two different ideas. No need for anything anymore. They got robots and everything else now. See this? See this right here? Yeah. I tell you about test tube babies. They got robots. They take sperm from a man, take an egg from a woman, and they put the chemistry right in there, and then the robot produce the baby. They don't need you in Walmart no more. They don't need you Popeyes. The only reason they haven't done anything yet because they got to figure out what to do with you. And they got to do it fast before you figure it out. Otherwise, you're going to tear this country apart. 17 million, 34 altogether. But they're going to tear it apart too. But they're going for different reasons. They're going to attack us. Sometime between now and October, most likely October, beginning of October, they're going to attack us. This war will resume between now and September. It will resume in a few more days. And all Americans will be in, it's going to be up. Well, anyway, they don't need you for anything anymore. I explained that. They need to bring in a mechanical reality because they can't survive in biological reality, our biological reality. Okay? And that's the battlefield in the wild because you got two ideas. Right? Saying we stay here, we ain't going nowhere. And Scripture say we're leaving here. We ain't going nowhere. Devils ain't devils anymore. And we the problem. See, they put all this, them beat us and everything else. Well, no, it's not the devil's the problem. We the problem. Focus on enjoying ourselves. See, that's Scientology. No. We the problem. Keep us contained. Because see, we get energized, we get more assertive, it's hard for them to control us. So he said, no. Don't focus, don't look at them as the enemy, because Elijah Muhammad said they was the enemy. So we throw energy out of the way. His job is to turn it back in toward ourselves so it's easy for the devil to contain us. Because we're about to blow. We took all we can take. So you absorb the energy until you take all you can take, then you blow. Our nations they said we could take 400 years of this stuff. Couldn't take any more. So now we're starting to blow. And said when it blows up, it says that the nature of the explosion would be the plagues. And you had the first sign was COVID because it didn't affect us. They hid from you. Every time I say you check it out, go check the World Health Organization. They hid it, but Africa, Black Africa, was not affected by COVID. They didn't do social distancing. They didn't take vaccination, any of that kind of stuff. And neither Haiti. They ended up killing the president of Haiti because he refused to take any of that stuff over there. And it wasn't affecting us. It was affecting the demons. It didn't affect us. I was 72 years old at the time, whatever. Well, 76 now, so what was that, 5 years ago? Yeah. 71. I ain't taking no shots in that stuff. I ain't wearing no mask, except you go in the store to tell you had to wear to get in the store, all right? It didn't affect me, and it didn't affect my wife either. We went on like what didn't happen. I mean, they talked about it, but it didn't bother me. I explained it to everybody, told them this was going to happen. It was easy calls. How come Farrakhan didn't see it? Why was he didn't see it until 7 months later, then he walked around with a mask. But he tells you, Farrakhan says, well, God said, come out of her. So you want to take it up plagues. I mean, come out her religion, come out her name, all that stuff. So in other words, if you come out, see, the Bible says, Scripture says, like I said, we can leave here, get the hell out of here. But he said, no, it don't mean that. It means stay here. Just come out her names, her religion, and that kind of stuff, right? And that means you're going to be protected from the plagues? Because if that's the case, then why was he wearing a damn mask? He's out. He don't have a name. He don't have a religion. All that. It's all bullshit. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. So that's the battle for NOI. Get NOI out of here. They want to keep NOI here. He wants to keep them here. Remember that we're the treasure. That's why I told Pharaoh, let our people go. Let them go. He was trying to do Pharaoh a favor. Because he said, if you don't come to the plague, the place was the explosion. If you leave me here, then that's the nature of the explosion. It's going to blow your place. He was trying to tell him. But if you hold on to him, it's going to blow up here. Trying to do a favor. Say, let people go. Get them out your house. You're about to blow your house to smithereens. Brothers and sisters. So you got two. He wants to stay. That's where he said. Pharaoh said he wants to stay here. Mr. Covenant, we're going to depart. Okay? And see here, this tells you right here. It says Moses saw, do I have a, I guess no. It says Moses saw people was, in other words, this is Moses returning after 4 winds. You understand the mental key for that, right? But it says Aaron, see, Aaron, the one that was in charge when Moses was gone, Aaron had made them a naked and shame among the enemies. He turned NOI to a laughing stock. That is, they're not respected anymore. Then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, who is with the Lord's side? And he said, with me, who's Lord? Who's Lord? That's the message of the covenant. It tells you in Malachi. And all the Levites came to him. That means you had people with Aaron. They was there because they were seeking the message of the covenant. They was there because that's when he would appear in the temple. But they was with them because they said, those were with the Lord. They was with Pharaoh. He was just there. And all this, and then what they went and killed, they didn't really kill because you understand Joachim, right? They threw him out. They went and took all, here they say they killed all Aaron and all the people that was with him, that was left behind. That was Aaron's camp. Aaron was in charge. Okay? You can read the whole thing, brothers and sisters. Just read Exodus. And this is it. This this year. And so you had 2 wars. You had the one going to tribulation, that's NOI. They went through it because they failed Elijah, they failed Master Muhammad, so they had to go to tribulation. But they're fighting their way out of here. They want to get out of here, they're fighting their way out. And demons, right? That's Farrakhan and his folks. All the demons here, 17 million of them, they're going to be at war too. 2 armies here, but they're going to be trying to take America. See, that's who Samson really is. I'm not going into detail, but they're going to try to take America, and they will. America will be total chaos. There'll be no unity here. America's not going to try to martial law, but they're not be able to do it. There's a whole lot of reasons for that. There's total chaos, total confusion. So there's going to be two armies here that's viable. There's a demon army who's fighting to stay here, take America, and the same army that's fighting to get the hell out of here. They're moving towards the West Coast to get the hell out of here. And that's about 5 months. And the demon army, they're going to actually win. They're going to take America. They're going to take it. But it's going to be pure victory. After 5 months, they're going to have America total disorder. The government, everything will be total disaster. America's been an army getting over in Europe, totally. And the demons going to be, remember, they got some of us in them, so they're going to be enough to have united. They're going to take the country. By the same time, we're going to be things have moved to the West Coast, about to get out of here. At the same time, it's when China and India's going to come rolling in, because now America and Europe is fighting. That's Armageddon is a European war. It means tearing themselves to pieces. So that means China and India is going to be the world powers, and Africa's going to be rising. The Africans will be with them, but they still haven't got powerful enough yet. But they're going to be with them, and they're going to come here. That's the goat in Daniel. Said feet didn't touch the land. That means they came across the Pacific Ocean. They came from the west, came here after the ram with two horns. That's American, Britain, Gog and Magog. So that's when they're going to be. See, and they're going to rise at the same time. And so now the demons, they took America, and the locusts and China and India come to take America, to destroy America. So now the locusts got to fight them. The demons, they're going to be lost, be destroyed, along with the rest of the devils. So they're going to win America, but they're going to lose it. I don't give a damn what. And at the same time, of course, the Red Sea, they open up and let agreements can be made. That's for Muhammad. They're going to open up and let the saints through. That's what said, though. See the party, open up and let them through. And it's closed in on Pharaoh's armies. That's the story, brother and sister. That's what it is. You want to stay here in America? We want to go back home. Two ideas. One demon, one saints. We're here together. The jinn and saint, no, they're over here right now, but they're going to be destroyed. I'm not going to get to that today. Maybe. We're out here. They're going to stay here and fight for America. Whatever. Okay, I think, okay, let me talk a little bit about this C-bomb. I'm showing here, see that arrow point? That's the force they're using to keep us under control. But we're not retaliating. We told Smith, we're not retaliating. See, instead of fighting back, we holding in that force. Every time they hit us, we keep it in. We bottling it up. That's what it's saying here. The yellow one's female, the red one's male. We're holding that force. We're retaliating. It's focused inward. Right? So all 40 years of it, we've been bottling it up, holding it up. See? You dam it up. You can't stop consequence. You can dam it up. But soon they have to be released. You can't stop it. You just dam it. That's why I told you submit. That was the wisdom behind submitting. Like I told you, how you knock out the Hulk. You store it up until you build more force than he has, than he can take. So, man, that's happening, right? Okay. So Elijah comes along and says, hey, you force on energy on yourself. You turn on energy on yourself, hating yourself. Remember he calls self-haters and everything else? So he says, hey, no. Them your enemies. You got to focus on energy on your devils. Do something for yourself. Energy on your devils. See, that's what Elijah did. Oh, no. They're the enemy. Stop beating on yourself. He calls self-haters and everything else because that's what they taught us that. That's not nature. Right? So he started turning us back to our nature. Elijah, right? Okay. Then what? See, so remember we're getting energized. We're getting stronger. We holding in. We're not retaliating. And they said, oh man, he's about to, look, man, oh, we got to stop that. So he said, Farrakhan, turn it back in on you. So, you're sinful, you're wicked, you got to atone. I don't know how to teach none of that crap. I was dealing with him for 70, 75. He didn't teach, and it's not in the lessons anywhere. You're sinful, you're wicked. That's why he don't say, he don't talk about us going home. We're not going anywhere. A lot of Bible said, we're going home. We ain't going nowhere. See? They sent him in to do that. Turn it back on. To keep us contained. See? Force the energy back on ourselves. You're wicked. See? You got God's gonna punish you some more. We came over here because we were punished. Well, if we came because we were punished, read Abraham a covenant. Why would you get a reward for being punished? The reward is return home with great substance. So we don't get that for being punished. And hell, let's get punished. No, but Farrakhan said we over here because we got punished. It's just a punishment to us. No, that's not what it says there. Abraham covenant. But then Farrakhan, then he's got a container. You got a bomb. You try to put a container around it, so it does explode inward, implode. See, that's that Scientology and everything else. His desire, the folks have energy inside, so we do explode. We explode in ourselves, not in the devils, because they're good. He loves America. We don't want to mess America up. So Suleiman, he comes along and he's starting to break that wall down. Because he's trying to contain, Farrakhan's job contain us. Don't focus our energy on we love America. We fight for America. Devils ain't devils anymore. Focus our energy on. Right? Don't focus on them. We focus back on ourselves. That Scientology is your mind. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me that's not what's happening. But then somebody takes him out, knocks that. Can't go. Right. It turns out that's about to happen. Let's pause. Explode. He told Pharaoh, let our people go. You're going to explode in this country. Let them go. Once Mass Muhammad take down falls Israel, people are going to see their truth, who they are. That's going to be the trigger, cause the explosion, and we're going to explode outward. Suleiman giving you the direction, because you don't want to explode, right? He's going to pull a trigger. Suleiman get aim. You got two things: a gun. You got to aim it, and you got to pull a trigger. I'm not going to pull a trigger. He's going to do the aiming. Okay? But he's telling you who your enemies are. All your enemies. Demons, devils, Esau, and all. And just quite a few people here I'm going to right now. See? See, the Old Testament, the sealed Bible, it's a bomb-making manual. That's how we make a bomb. Let the energy build up. You attack, submit, the meat, the hard. Don't store it until it's greater than the person that afflicting you can withstand. And then you release it. Boom, you blow them away. Because remember, consequence is the most powerful force in the universe. If you store it, the more you store it, the more powerful it becomes. And consequence obliterates the force that caused it. Obliterates it. So we got 500 years of all that pain and suffering that we didn't tolerate that's in us. Look at the condition we're in. That took 500 years to put us in the condition. Now we got to return to our original condition. Then we let all that force go. That's say retaliate, revenge. But they're going to trigger it. It's self-defense. They're doing them double they've done to you. Their vengeance. That means you put all that force back on them. But now they can't withstand it. And as soon as you can't stand it either, because what? They ain't built up any protection. Every time somebody hit them back. We stored it. See, look, they're stupid, man. Look at they stupid people. They take all kinds of shit, man. They put shit in their mouth. They whip their women and everything else. They do all this shit. We think we're a bunch of punks over here. We're stupid. That was wisdom. Just build it up. So now we got so much. We got enough to blow up the whole goddamn world. No one can withstand, like I said, No one will ever withstand against you, Joshua. We built 400 years of all that shit, all built up. Now we're about to explode. Explode here, explode in Arabia. Once we get there, take our land back. You understand? Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. It's a C-bomb, consequence bomb. That's wisdom. Okay, just take it. Oh, look at he just taking. He just pump. Boom. Pump. He don't do nothing. Pump. Look, I can beat his ass. See, I told you the women are better at that. You better leave these women alone. They're equal to us. They're wiser in that respect. They're wise in the female respect. We're wise in the male respect. Well, we're like gorillas. You see what I'm saying? They're different. Equal but different. So what they do is they're good at that. Storing the energy up. You hear them, you bruising everything else, they don't say nothing. That song, Thin Line Between Love and Hate, just take it. But you don't understand, that shit's building up. And then once they get to the point they can't take it no more, all of a sudden explode, and your ass in the hospital, you're dead, you're poisoned. Remember Lorraine Bobbitt? You went a little drag. They say they do that kind of stuff down in South America, they say, tell me. Then she blew up and you don't understand what happened. Because you reap what you sow. Now you can't resist it because now it's built up. It's more than you can withstand. Then you say, oh man, you're in the hospital, you're in the wheelchair. So they're cunning. They have to be because they can't match our strength. They match it here. They're cunning. They say, I just take it. And you think, all right, nothing happened. Then you beating up on them. Oh, boy, let me move on. Move on, brothers and sisters. I think I'm leaving it there, brothers and sisters. Let me check something. And I might do one more. Let me go check something real quick. I think I'm going to leave it there. Okay, bro, so I'm gonna do one more thing. Transition. And we'll close. All this mathematics, brothers and sisters. Mathematics, a lot. Because mathematics adds up. Truth adds up. Now, Crap talking about doesn't add up. Then you believe in stuff that you can't prove, everything else. Everything I said right here you can prove. Everything. Let's look at transition. I see. You got the winter and the spring. Now, if you look at from that analogy, we're in the winter. Separation, that was in winter. Adam's time. Adam's the winter people. But if you're the summer people or spring people, you can have trouble in the winter. It's too cold for you, man. You know, you depend on the cold. The winter people help you out. Can I rent from you? You know, man. You know, it's real cold, man. You know, you're in submission to them because they can handle it. You're gonna be weak because you know it's winter. So what happens here? Remember, from winter goes to spring. So as the winter, so the spring start coming in, well, they're trying to keep you in the winter. But now you want to go to the spring. Because that's for you. You start getting strong in the spring, right? Spring start making, but you got a transition period between the spring and the summer. The winter and the spring. You got a transition period. See? But we their wealth. So they got to keep us in the winter. That's Farrakhan. Trying to keep you in the winter. We stay here. We love devils. We love, well, they ain't devils anymore. Because he don't want to go. He don't want to go in the summer. He don't want to go in spring weather. He wants to stay in this winter. He want to keep you there. That's what his job is. Let's move on a little further. I forgot something. Well, give me 1 second here. Get myself in trouble here. Hold on. Happy brothers and sisters are. Take care of something real quick. See here? That's Farrakhan's teaching. Keep it here in America. Keep it here in the winter. Don't listen up. I'm not going somewhere. You ain't going nowhere. Going back to Africa. This is our land. Stay here. This is what they're teaching. Spring is coming in. He wants to stay in the winter because that's still a winter person. Let's go a little further. You see, remember you got a transition period. The transition between the winter and the spring, right? So Elijah Muhammad, he came in the winter. God telling us about the spring. Spring is coming, right? And so the devil's ruled in this winter, but now it started warming up. Right? Now that kingdom is fading now, it's melting. And our kingdom is coming in. But you got that transition period where we're at right now. Right? So we need someone that's not spring or winter to lead during that period. It's not spring or winter because that's transition period. But the one to lead us into spring, he'd have to be predominantly spring, right? And secondarily winter, right? Because he's leading us into spring. But the ones who want to hold us back into winter, he had to be the same thing, but he had to be spring and winter, but he's predominantly winter because he wants to hold us back into the winter. But we're in a transition period. So we need a transition person. And I took that 6,000 years, right? Okay. So that's Master Muhammad because he's going to lead us, right? Because spring is, right? That's him. That's why it's half and half. That's why Farrakhan's half and half. He's both, but he's, right? But he's devil on his predominant side, because he's looking back towards when he want to hold you back in the winter. But when spring comes in, he's gone. He's through. Along with all the devils. Master Muhammad, right? He's the God, right? He's the God of the spring, the transition, because he predominantly spring, right? And secondarily winter, so he's original on the inside and spring on the outside. But Farrakhan is original on the outside, but spring with winter on the inside. You see the master there? And Suleiman, he's spring person. You get it? He'd be handled, he'd be the priest. Elijah was the priest in the spring, in the winter, in the winter, and Suleiman be the minister in the spring. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's why I say it like that. Messenger to come. You understand the math there? That's exactly what. Some are wrong. Some are giving another interpretation. But you have to be the transition person, right? Both of them are transition people. Farrakhan, right? He got head just like devils got. So did Master Muhammad, right? He's the devil on the outside. And Farrakhan is the devil on the inside. His father's the devil, raped his mama. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. The math is perfect. And that's why I come out like that's why it's like that. When over here in the winter, this way it was in the winter. But this way it would be in the spring. Army. We in bondage. Oh, I got this twice. Okay, I did it twice. That's okay, brother. I don't think we'll leave it there. Well, look at this real quick vision. See, this is the vision. See, what's given, that's part, remember all these deceptions. That's part of deception. Put false Israel up there. Because remember, they was killing each other. They were destroying each other for 2,000 years. And they came to the final solution back in the 30s. They was about to rid all of them. They was hating each other. And all of a sudden, they started loving each other. Why? Because Elijah Muhammad said, no, we trust Abraham. They said, oh, we can't handle people knowing who they are. So they all of a sudden started loving them. And they set them up over there. And say, see, they over there false Israel, set them over there in Jerusalem, was not even a so-called promised land anyway. Now that started rising. Remember, they call him the Antichrist. Why they call him Antichrist? Because the mathematics said if you got an Antichrist, you got the Christ. That means they both be conceived at the same time. So if you want to know who the message of the covenant is, the Christ, the real Messiah, Joshua, the real Messiah, he'd be conceived at the same time. He'd be the same age as, he'd be conceived in 1948. He'd be 76 years old right now. So the star would rise east. So the star rise east, that means you had to be in the west. See at the same time. And started rose. Now out there, brothers and sisters. All these things fit together perfectly. That's if you want the truth. You want truth? Stick with what you got. Nobody's gonna try to change it. If you love world life, we're gonna give you all as much you have. Hey, we ain't mad at you. Just stay out of our way. Stay out of the way. Because our people lost for lack of knowledge because you out there with your bullshit blocking the knowledge. If you love this world life, go for it. Just leave us alone. That's the vision, brothers. See, once this was about to happen. This is what Master Muhammad's going to do. This is the trigger. I'm providing the direction. If everybody look at that, it's like, oh, that means we the truth to Abraham. That's a unifying vision. That's why they got to attack us. They know we lose control at that time. They got to attack us. It says, flee. Flee immediately. See, Jerusalem's armies, that's what we're talking about. Their destruction is, when you see Jerusalem's army, that means false Israel is about to be destroyed. They who control Jerusalem. When you see that, flee, because that means you know that they're through, and you true see Abraham, they already planned. If you got to flee, that means the plan's already in place. They're already surrounded. Because if it wasn't, that means you have a few minutes right? To flee. No, you don't have time. You can't go in your house. You can't go to your baby. No, you have to leave. That means they're right there at the door. Right now, they already set up to destroy you. It's already in place. I keep telling you. They distract you from everything else. It's already in place. If they ask yourself a couple questions, I'm going to close. Why are these detention centers? Why are they still building them? You don't need them anymore. The purpose of a detention center was when they captured immigrant, rather, right? They would take and put them in there, and they would stay there until they had a day in court to see if they'd be deported. But Trump don't have to do it anymore. They can just take you out. So why do you need to build detention centers anymore? You don't need them anymore. He's building a big one in Texas. He's building another one in Florida. That's the second one in Florida. So why? Why are they saying, why is he telling American troops that now they can attack American citizens on American soil? That's against the Constitution. Nobody's saying anything. Who do they think they're going to attack? American citizens, not immigrants. Not illegal aliens. They're the illegal aliens. Why? You yourself these questions? Get you out of NFL. You want to stick with NFL? Stick with it. NBA, keep on. Enjoy as much as you can because it's going to be cut down in a minute. We don't want you. Why? Why? He's pushing. Now they're going to arrest Obama. They're trying to do something to get black folks upset. Riot. Then they can attack him because he can put U.S. Army troops. That's illegal, but he's doing it. And he's getting a test case in D.C., a black, so-called black city, to get you all riled up so they can just take you out. That's their plan. They already got it set up. And then they could take American citizens out of prison and take down El Salvador and put them in prison down there. That's illegal. He can do that. All this stuff is set up, and you ain't paying attention. And then he's doing a test case. You know, when you test how much a car can take, right, in a crash. Put a dummy in there. And he do the crash. See what something. See, that's going over in Gaza right now. That's America's doing that. Paul Caesar couldn't do that without getting the guns and equipment from America. That means America's the one. They just pulling the trigger. They giving the. They sent a hitman out, right? Or you're the one responsible for it. He's just pulling the trigger. There would be no trigger to pull if they wasn't giving the weapons and everything else. America's doing that. It's a test case. You see how people react to that because that's a great get to you over here. They hate you more than hate them. We're going to get rid of you. Because then they lose control of you. And this is that period, 50-year period I just told you about. So it's about to blow. You're blowing right now. Look all this stuff happening. Look all this violence that's going on all of a sudden. It's getting worse every day. It's going to get a lot worse. The nations took all they could take, and they're about to blow. But right now, they're not focused. That's why when that happens, have a common vision, come together, see the great army, just like I said, and that's all over there. And they see that happen, they're going to come. That's when they see that. That's about to happen. That's when they're going to come at you. They flee because they're going to attack you. Immediately, wipe you out. That's what it says. It says that let's deal shrewdly with them. Cut them off being a nation. The name of Israel will be remembered no more. Ain't talking about false over there because you know they ain't talking about them no more because now you see they're gone. And if they was true to Abraham, that couldn't happen to them. That's what's going on right now. The plan's already in motion. There will be famine, cannibalism, and everything else here in the next few months. This year. Next year, this year. Economy's going to totally collapse because when that war resumes over there, right? They're going to take false Israel, kick America and Britain out, right? They're going to run to Europe. They're going to be in a war with Europe, with Russia. European nations going to turn against them because now their economies collapse because they don't have access to oil anymore because Iran control the Middle East now and they cut them off. America can't fuel them, and only all sorts of oil they're going to have is Russia. They're going to allow Russia, and that's Armageddon, the European war. Farrakhan. So they war over there, sword within and sword without. A sword here, tear their ass up. What happened is it's going to be terrible here and terrible there. That's what's about to happen, brothers and sisters. With total turmoil over here. All this diversity they have, everybody's going to fall in their own camps. The Indians going to try to fight together. Or the Hispanics will try to fight together. Everybody will be their own. These Islam will come together. See the great army, they'll be fighting their way out of here. But demons, they're going to try to take America. Samson, they're going to break it down and end up destroying themselves in the process. And then China, India, because America and Britain is because Europe is destroying itself, they're becoming the new superpowers. And they say, man, we might as well take advantage of this before they get back on their feet. So they're going to take out, make our first Britain on the way here. And they're going to destroy America, make sure it never get back on their feet again. Africa will be supporting them. Africa will be on the rise. It's going to break up into two orientations: Islamic Africa and non-Islamic Africa. So all that's going to happen next few days, brothers and sisters. What happened? I'm unprecedented trouble. When that happens, that means that's going to unite our people. That's going to bring that great army. Then we're going back home. Take our land back. Arabia. Then South Arabia, which is Africa, what you call Africa. Take it all back. Eventually have it all. You understand, brothers and sisters? I think that's it. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there, bro. It says, Assalamu alaikum. History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus, where they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was into it was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. As they're doing today, they took everything away from the slaves, everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping out women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught black and this was God's will. God's will. The enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered his people. And you crushed the native people here. When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus, what could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate in the slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so he couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? What's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? What's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. The legacy of Christianity has been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that done Hawkins, brought our parents here. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the whole rhythm, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves, bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your arm, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
That do it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your home? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their home 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Messenger of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and We're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made, a former slave master. He said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go to where it's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we're getting reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we came, man. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. Okay, so we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big and massive, they came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told them 6 states to promise him that he would have prepared them for it, right? Their schools and education or whatever they needed for that. But I guess they didn't, because they said over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They looked at the farmers when they done it. Farmers said, oh. So then they had master, what's happening here? How come you know, right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now they master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, you know, and man, they had, you know, a year ago they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now and all the food's gone. It's gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? And so they'll be praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. You know, your brothers and sisters, they left, they took, that was offered to them, they took it. And you said, no, I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. That's you. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they crying and begging the master, hey, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, nowhere. We don't have to fly the planes and to drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done this for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was your reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep. they thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See, and they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They you know, business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, you know, because, I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he thought, if he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1,000,000, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people and you know, on all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have to find your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Right? Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation, right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. You know, if you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold, right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one's worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So if $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right, then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. Maybe $1. Hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You gotta have your money, you control your wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me he had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they're just using another different certificate, using another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's crap because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You're not an engineer, build a house. You don't know how to do anything because Farrakhan didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you want to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it Traveland. Farrakhan. They met the Farrakhan, right? So they close the borders. You can't, because now you're hungry and everything else. Your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master. I come back work for you. I work for Popeyes. I do anything you want. No, we remember the blacks either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 states. And now you're starving. You ain't got your money's worthless. Nothing works, and they close the border. Right, and then you see Master, you on the phone, you talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. See, on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. You turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold it for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. And so what? Then what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they want to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? How much that is? If it's 17 million, that's 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. And they're gonna do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. What you gonna do? You gonna fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, which was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and living in the get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Boys, come here. Disaster over there. And, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold it. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what something they call it there. That 6 day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he went and asked Master Farrakhan Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farrakhan Muhammad. Master Farrakhan said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to him. Said, we please come and get him. Nope. Said, no, tell him no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land. You got your reparations. You got your money. You got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him. Talk to him. Let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so you might get any more reports on Okay, he says that was Matthew Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those. Wow, they came in. All that came in today, man. Came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. Now they begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send them some food. They begged, said, well, please send us some food. Master Muhammad said, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send us some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send us some food. He says, no. He refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's read it to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay, just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.